Chapter 1289. Even though Linyu Laozu was not able to use even 50 to 60% of his power, it was not difficult for him to suppress an Asura. Hence, the Asura that could not kill the Longhuai ancestor could escape when it saw that the situation was not in its favor. This Asura that was being suppressed by Linyu Laozu also tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but each time, it was blocked by Linyu Laozu. The Longhuai ancestor saw that the Asura that it was fighting with had escaped, but it did not care. Instead, it turned around and joined Linyu Laozu's battle, and began to help Linyu Laozu kill the Asura. At this time, the Mara army outside the Jinling station had basically been wiped out. Occasionally, there were a few Mara that escaped, but they were all small fries, and the crowd did not pay much attention to them. However, at this time, more and more practitioners gradually formed a circle around the battle between Linyu Laozu and the Asura, surrounding them. The eyes of some of the cultivators who were not weak flickered. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the Asura in the depths of the mountains. This Asura was worth 20 battle points to a mid-Dharma adept. This time, the battle had been smooth sailing, and many of the mid-Dharma adepts had only managed to kill a few blood demons. In fact, none of the people present had reached 20 battle points. If they could really kill the Asura in the end, their battle points would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lu Ping snuck back from the Qingming River and saw that the water was already in place. The power of the entire 5 elements matrix was gradually increasing, and with a flick of his hand, he put away the wine tripod of the Linglong. The silver fox looked at the wine tripod and asked in a low voice. Before this, there was a bluish-purple spirit light seeping out of the wine tripod, and it stabilized the defense matrix that was on the verge of collapse. Why does that spirit light look so similar to the water? Lu Ping smiled and said, there was originally a water vein inside. Reverend Mystic Fox stared at Lu Ping with widened eyes. What were the recent major events in the cultivation world? One of them was the crushing defeat of Wuxing School at the foot of Luo Xian Mountain. A mysterious cultivator had taken away half of the Qingming River's branch. Furthermore, this mysterious cultivator had broken the spiritual treasure that originally belonged to Wuxing School in half and triggered the pure Yang Thunder tribulation at the foot of Luo Xian Mountain. The entire cultivation world was guessing who the mysterious cultivator was. When Jinling and the others entered the central region and heard the news, they were also dumbfounded. After all, it was an incredible thing to be able to be the aureole under the nose of more than 10 pure Yang Laozu. However, Black Fox did not expect that person to be Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Scared?" Black Fox covered his mouth with one hand and nodded vigorously, which made Lu Ping feel even more proud. Outside the station, none of the cultivators from various sects dared to fight with Linyu Laozu for the Asura. Before this, Linyu Laozu alone was able to suppress the Asura. Now that the Longhuai ancestor had joined in, the Asura was soon beaten to a pulp by the two of them. Linyu Laozu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, please end this demonic creature." Longhuai ancestor still had a blank expression and said, "This thing is useless to the old man. Just kill it." After saying that, he walked towards Jinling station without looking back. Linyu Laozu was slightly surprised, but then he smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the jasper wind flute hit the Asura's head and instantly killed it. Linyu Laozu looked around and said coldly, "What? Do you want the old man to treat everyone to a cup of tea and have a chat?" The cultivators of the various sects did not dare to say anything more. Some had already left quietly, some said goodbye with a laugh, and some casually said a few words to congratulate Jinling's sect on their great victory and so on, and then left without a trace. Although Jinling had won today's battle, it had paid a heavy price. Out of the dozens of middle and late core forging disciples, 11 had fallen, and more than 10 were injured. The casualties amounted to more than half of the disciples. However, the fall of Tian Fan and Tian, the 2 Dharma adepts, had greatly damaged Jinling's strength. Ever since Jinling had started the path of becoming a large sect, with the cooperation of the entire sect and the careful planning of the few Laozu, it could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. However, suddenly encountering such a blow had really caught Jinling off guard. Tian Tian was one of the leaders of the third generation of adepts, and was even considered as a candidate for Zhenling's next leader. The fall of Tian Fan Laozu had also greatly damaged Zhenling's strength. Before Tian Xiang Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the fundamental reason why Zhenling was able to stand up to Xianling sect in the North Sea was because the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, had the ability to fight against late Dharma adepts. It could be said that before Tian Xiang Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the two of them could be said to be Zhenling's biggest backers. Even after Tian Xiang Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, were still the cornerstones of Zhenling. They were the guarantee that Zhenling could firmly suppress Xianling, vast seas, and other sects, and secure its position as the #1 sect in the North Sea. In the North Sea training world, the two Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, had always been seen as one, and were treated as one great adept. Now that Tian Fan Laozu had fallen, and Tian Shui Laozu had been seriously injured, even after they had recovered, the two of them would no longer be a team. Zhenling had essentially lost a late Dharma adept. Such a loss was a huge blow to Zhenling's strength and morale. The atmosphere in Zhenling was unusually heavy. Tianshan Laozu began to instruct the disciples to collect the corpses of the fallen disciples, while Lu Ping still had to entertain Xie Tianyang, Sang Yu, and the rest. Lin Yu Laozu was obviously very interested in Longhuai Ancestor. However, Longhuai Ancestor obviously did not want to have too much contact with Zhenling and the rest. After nodding at Lin Yu Laozu, he and Lu Ping came to a secluded place. "We came a little late. Otherwise, your martial granduncle and senior might have been able to save them." Lu Ping smiled bitterly. "Zhenling is already grateful that you were willing to lend a helping hand. If not for your help, I'm afraid I don't know how many people from our sect would have survived." Longhuai Ancestor obviously did not dwell on this matter. He only nodded and said, "This time, you have to enter the 7th Patriarch's Tao altar." Lu Ping looked at Longhuai Ancestor in surprise. However, he did not ask for the reason, because he knew that Longhuai Ancestor would definitely tell him. As expected, Longhuai Ancestor continued, "Think of a way to get a few chiming rocks from Jiao Doran's Tao altar." Longhuai Ancestor also wanted chiming rocks, and it had to be from Jiao Doran's Tao altar. This was slightly out of Lu Ping's expectations. However, Lu Ping did not ask Longhuai Ancestor for the reason. Instead, he said, "Senior, why don't you go to the Tao altar yourself? With your strength, even if you're just an avatar, you're one of the best among the great cultivators of the same realm. You only need to use the imaging stone to obtain merits." Longhuai Ancestor shook his head and said, "This avatar is naturally unable to enter the Tao altar. The old man only wants to hear the voice of Jiao Daoran from all those years ago. So, the more chiming rocks you bring, the better. Of course, it has to be the rocks from Jiao Doran's Tao altar." Lu Ping nodded in agreement and said, "I'll do my best, but I may not be able to enter the Tao altar. Moreover, even if I do enter the Tao altar, I may not be able to obtain the chiming rocks." Longhuai Ancestor nodded and said, "Since that's the case, old man will go. I've seen many interesting things in my travels this time. Oh, right, you just have to be careful of the Yuan clan in the battle to annihilate Mara." "The Yuan clan?" Lu Ping thought in his heart, and he said, "Senior, have you noticed something?" Longhuai Ancestor said, "This clan has an indescribable relationship with Peng Daoran from all those years ago. The old man isn't too sure about the specifics, so you just have to be careful." Longhuai Ancestor left directly after he finished speaking, and it caused Lu Ping to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. What indescribable relationship? The Yuan clan has never denied the fact that they're a direct line descendant of Peng Daoran, so what's there to conceal about this relationship? Even though Lu Ping knew that the deeper meaning behind Longhuai Ancestor's words wasn't so simple, merely such a general statement still caused Lu Ping to be slightly bewildered. That fellow Taoist Longhuai has left? Lu Ping returned to the residence while his mind was slightly preoccupied, and Lin Yu Laozu instantly asked with a strange expression when he saw that only Lu Ping had returned. Senior Longhuai seemed to have some matters to attend to, so he left. Lin Yu Laozu said with slight disappointment. Unfortunately, this fellow Taoist is extremely mysterious. Long Huai, this name is extremely strange as well. Have you seen this fellow Taoist's true appearance? Lu Ping was stunned by Lin Yu Laozu's words, and only now did he recover from his shock. Perhaps this external avatar of the Longhuai ancestor was capable of concealing itself from cultivators of the same cultivation realm, but Lin Yu Laozu had obviously noticed something. Not to mention the Longhuai ancestor had been struck numerous times during the battle with the Asuras, yet it hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Lin Yu Laozu didn't believe that there was someone in the cultivation world that could condense the body to such an extent. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, yet he still said, I haven't seen this senior's full appearance. Lu Ping wasn't lying when he spoke these words. The Longhuai ancestor's main body was enormous, and Lu Ping was really unable to see his full appearance at that time. Truly a pity. This fellow Taoist Longhuai's external avatar technique is much more formidable than yours. Lu Ping understood that Lin Yu Laozu wanted to say that the Longhuai ancestor's external avatar already possessed such strength, so what sort of level had his main body reached? However, Lu Ping smiled and said, that's only natural. Junior's external avatar technique was originally taught to me by Senior Longhuai. 3 days later, Chan Yu, Chan Xiang, Xiahou Wushang, Yun Jian, and Su Jin took their leave first, whereas Xie Tianyang and Sang Yu stayed behind. Even though they were nominally waiting for Lu Ping to refine pills to heal Wu Yinglan's injuries as Xie Tianyang had said, Lu Ping knew that these two good friends had stayed behind because Jinling's strength was at its weakest right now. They had stayed behind to deter those who still coveted Jinling's space. Chapter 1290. The battle at Jinling's location had come to an end. However, this time, Mara's army did not only break through the encirclement at Jinling's location. Furthermore, the number of Mara's army that broke through the encirclement at Jinling's location had far surpassed the number of soldiers that broke through the encirclement at Jinling's location. This was also the reason why after the battle at Jinling's location erupted, the 13 pure Yang Laozu, who were in charge of mobilizing all the cultivators from the various sects to encircle and annihilate Mara's army, would not be left alone. Other than Lin Yu Laozu, no one else had shown up. Compared to the 3 Asuras leading the 3,000 Mara's army at Jinling's location, the Skyward Pavilion's encirclement at the southern part of the 9 profound towers Qingming River downstream had encountered the invasion of over 10,000 Mara's army led by 3 heavenly demons and 10 Asuras. In the eastern direction, the Heavenly Profound sect, which had just set up camp not long ago, had also encountered the assault of 2 heavenly demons and 7 Asuras. It was said that even Xiao Baiyu had rushed over to assist the 7 Laozu. In the northwestern direction, the Xiang Palace, and the northeastern direction, the Yuan family had also encountered the assault of Mara's army led by the heavenly demons. As for the southeastern direction, the South Sea Talisman Pavilion had also encountered the assault of Mara's army. Although there were no heavenly demons leading them, there were still 7 to 8 Asuras. Their strength far surpassed the assault of Mara's army at Jinling's location. Furthermore, the battle at Jinling had ended within a single day. They had repelled the assault of 3,000 Mara's army. In the other directions, the battle with Mara's army that had ended the earliest had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the battles at the other directions, they had all entered a stalemate. Until now, the outcome had yet to be determined. Tian Shui Laozu had only fainted for a day before waking up. Originally, Lu Ping and the others were worried that Tian Shui Laozu would die. However, they had clearly underestimated Tian Shui Laozu. Tian Fan has already fallen. Since Tian Fan has already fallen, I won't die so easily since I didn't chase after him at that time. I still want to live well and see the day when our sect becomes a large sect for Tian Fan. However, I'm currently heavily injured and there's no point for me to stay here. Therefore, I'll bring Tianfan's ashes back to the North Sea. At the same time, if our sect wants to defend this place, we'll need reinforcements from the North Sea. This time, Tianshan will follow me back. Tianru will be in charge of the matters regarding the station. 2 days later, Tian Shui Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu brought Tian Fan and Tian Tian's ashes back to the North Sea, as well as 5 to 6 severely injured disciples that required a long time to recuperate. In the entire Jinling, only the third-generation disciples were left to guard the sect's encampment. Lu Ping had never been in charge of the sect's affairs. Despite Tian Shui Laozu's orders, the affairs of the encampment were still handled by Li Tianru and Lu Tianyuan. As for Lu Ping, he began to prepare the pure yang blood stasis dispelling pill for Lin Yu Laozu's recovery. As for Wu Yinglan's injuries, from Lu Ping's point of view, it wasn't too serious. Although the injuries of spiritual sense were known to be thorny, Lu Ping had a few secret pill formulas that could treat spiritual sense injuries. After a battle, there was no lack of soul-devouring crystals. After consuming a few of the pills that Lu Ping had meticulously refined, it was only a matter of time before she recovered. Another 3 days had passed. The news of Mara's army breaking through the encampment had spread like wildfire. Xie Tianyang was already unable to hold himself back. Lu Ping knew that the Purple Sun Palace's encampment had also encountered a powerful attack from Mara's army. Even though the Purple Sun Palace was a sacred ground, Xie Tianyang was still the direct disciple of the Purple Sun Palace. It wasn't easy for him to stay in Jinling for 6 to 7 days for the sake of friendship. Hence, he took the initiative and said, "Brother Xie, your sect has yet to repel Mara's army's attack. It's better for you to return quickly." Xie Tianyang didn't mind and smiled. "You can be at ease." Previously, third senior brother had already returned. Purple Sun Palace isn't your Jinling. Even if 3 heavenly demons attacked, they might not be able to break through our encampment. Furthermore, aren't you afraid that if I return to my encampment and start a massacre, my battle merits will surpass yours? Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Even if you go back now, you might not be able to surpass me. But if you go back now, I believe there will be many people who will surpass you in terms of battle merits." Xie Tianyang was slightly stunned. Previously, during the battle at Jinling's encampment, although he had frantically snatched battle merits at the end, he had only managed to snatch 42 points after the battle. Compared to Lu Ping's over 100 points, there was still a huge gap. The invasion of Mara's army was still ongoing. The gap between Xie Tianyang and the others was far greater than the gap between him and Lu Ping. If Xie Tianyang still didn't hunt down Mara, his battle merits might be surpassed by even more people. Lu Ping could naturally see that Xie Tianyang was extremely concerned about the accumulation of battle merits this time. He had only stayed here for 6 or 7 days because he was worried about the safety of his good friend's sect. Now, the defensive array of Jinling's encampment had become increasingly sturdy and stable with the injection of the water vein. In addition, Lin Yu Laozu wouldn't be leaving Jinling anytime soon. As time passed, his injuries would stabilize, and his strength would also recover. Jinling wouldn't have to worry about encountering too much danger, so he was confident in persuading Xie Tianyang to return to the sect first. After Xie Tianyang left, everything in Jinling's encampment was basically on the right track. Now, they only had to wait for the reinforcements from the North Sea to completely restore their previous strength. At this time, because of Lin Yu Laozu and Lu Ping's presence, Lu Tianyuan, Qing Hu, and the others had begun to join forces to encircle the scattered Mara around the encampment. They gradually expanded their hunting range and gradually began to come into contact with the periphery of Mara's army. From time to time, they would also make some kills, and their battle merits also increased a little. Although the pure yang blood stasis removal pill was an extremely high-grade pill, with the support of Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, he was completely confident that he could refine it. It was precisely because it took Lu Ping 3 days to refine the first pure yang blood stasis removal pill that Lin Yu Laozu's injuries had significantly improved after taking it that Lu Ping was reassured and persuaded Xie Tianyang to leave first. With the support of Lin Yu Laozu and Lu Ping's collection, a total of 5 batches of spiritual herbs were prepared for the pure yang blood stasis removal pill. In the end, 9 pills were produced. 3 of them were taken by Lin Yu Laozu, and the remaining 5 were kept by Lu Ping. This kind of pill was not easy to refine. In addition to the strict requirements of alchemy skills, some of the rare herbs needed to refine the pill were also extremely valuable. If Lin Yu Laozu had not found some of them, even Lu Ping's own collection would not have seen many of them. Half a month after the battle at Jinling's encampment, Lu Ping finally received a message from his sect in advance on this day. Early in the morning he left the encampment and went dozens of kilometers away. In less than half a day, Lu Ping saw a ball of golden light surging in the sky. As it neared, it slowly split into several rays of light in front and dozens of rays of light behind. Lu Ping was slightly stunned. He did not expect the sect to send so many reinforcements this time. Almost half of the sect's strength had been sent to the Central Plains. Lu Ping hurriedly went forward with a happy expression, but he was still a little surprised. He said, "Uncle Master Xiang, Uncle Master Tianshan, Uncle Master Tianqin, Uncle Master Tiancheng, Brother Lei, why are all of you here? Senior Brother Tianfeng, you have advanced to the Dharma phase." Because of the deaths of Tianfan Laozu and Tian, the people of Jinling looked a little solemn. Xiang Lu Laozu only smiled, while Tianqin Laozu snorted coldly. Tiancheng Laozu, Tianfeng, and Lei Laolu only nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Master Tanshan said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the encampment first." The group of Jinling, including Lu Ping and the other 7 Dharma adepts, flew back to the encampment in a grandiose manner. Before they reached the encampment, the Jinling adepts who had rushed to the encampment after hearing the news were all cheering. The gloom that had been brought about by the deaths of the 2 Dharma adepts, Tian Fan and Tian, had finally been swept away. Lu Ping suddenly hovered in midair outside the encampment. Tianshan Laozu and the others looked at him in confusion. Lu Ping smiled and said, Uncle Master and Senior Brother, please go back to the encampment and rest for a while. I will be there in a while." Only Tianqin and Laozu seemed to sense something, and they seemed to be deep in thought. The others looked at Lu Ping suspiciously and returned to the encampment first. After everyone had entered the encampment, Lu Ping smiled at the empty space beside him and said, "I didn't expect Junior Brother Yin to come as well." There was a ripple in the empty space, and Yin Tianchu, dressed in black, appeared not far from Lu Ping. A look of joy flashed in Lu Ping's eyes and he said, "Junior Brother, you've already passed through your first thunder trial?" Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "My luck is not bad, and it's all thanks to the inheritance of the Ice Dragon Pearl that you gave me. If not for the fact that I'm about to pass through the thunder trial, I might have come to Central Plains earlier. However, I've already heard about Tian Fan and Senior Tian, so I'm late." For Yin Tianchu to be able to advance to the mid-Dharma stage in such a short period of time, other than his own talent, it was obvious that he had his own opportunities. In addition, he had the inheritance of the Jinling Xian Yin stream and the Ice Dragon clan, so it was not surprising that he had been able to advance to the mid-Dharma stage after Lu Ping. Lu Ping nodded and said, "If not for the fact that you've just passed through your first thunder trial and your unstable aura, it would not have been easy for me to discover you, given your secret technique of concealment." Lu Ping paused and said, "Let's go to the encampment first and talk about it later. We need a place to stay after all." Yin Tianchu hesitated for a moment, but he finally nodded. Jinling's encampment was filled with jubilation because of the arrival of a strong reinforcement. However, when they saw that Lu Ping had brought an unfamiliar practitioner with him, many of the 4th-generation disciples looked curiously at Yin Tianchu, who was by Lu Ping's side. Yin Tianchu had left Jinling for more than 100 years. Not just the 4th-generation disciples, but even many of the 3rd-generation disciples had already forgotten about Jinling's Xian Yin stream. As for Yin Tianchu, one of the 3 heroes of Jinling's 3rd-generation disciples, they had long forgotten about him. They only knew that of Jinling's 1 immortal and 1 demon, the person who was known as the Demon Sword, alongside Lu Tianping, was a former disciple of Jinling. Chapter 1291. In the middle of the meeting hall, all the Dharma adepts of Jinling Station were gathered. Lady did not follow them in. Instead, the moment he arrived at the station, he was dragged by the overjoyed Qin Yu and Qin Gang to look for Lin Yu Laozu. Qin Hu and the other 2 were not in the station, but they were Lu Ping's servants in name. Even if they were in the station, they did not have the right to participate in Jinling's meetings. In the meeting hall, although Xiang Lu Laozu had the highest seniority, he was an outer elder of Jinling and did not usually participate in Jinling's decisions. Although he was sitting at the head of the meeting hall, The person in charge was still Tianshan Laozu. However, at this time, although everyone was discussing something in low voices, it was obvious that the meeting had not officially started. Everyone was waiting for Lu Ping to return. However, when Lu Ping stepped into the meeting hall, the people of Jinling were stunned to see Yin Tianchu behind Lu Ping. Ji Tanxian jumped up with a shout and said, "Little Lu Ping, you're here too." "Ha, I knew it. That's great, that's great. You've actually advanced to the mid-Dharma stage? This is too much of a blow. It's not enough for our sect to have the water sword deity, and now there's you." Yin Tianchu's arrival obviously made everyone in Jinling happy. However, Ji Tianchuan's impolite and loud shouting still made Tianqin Laozu, who had been looking better because of Yin Tianchu's arrival, with much difficulty. Now, his face darkened and he scolded, "What are you shouting for? Sit down." Ji Tianxian was shocked by the cold expression on Tianqin Laozu's face. He quickly stuck out his tongue at Yin Tianchu and sat down obediently with a smile. Yin Tianchu, who had always been cold, smiled at his good friend, but in the end he could not bring himself to smile. Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Martial granduncle, martial uncles, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brother Tianchu came a step late because of his tribulation, but he still came back in the end." Yin Tianchu silently stepped forward and bowed to the elders of Jinling. Then he stood behind Lu Ping. Laozu of Tianshan smiled happily and said, "Going through the heavenly tribulation is a big thing. Now is the time when we need people. You've come just in time. Let's do it." Lu Ping sat down below Tian Feng, and Yin Tianchu sat down next to Ji Tianxian. Lu Ping took the lead and asked, "Martial uncle, although our sect has come to help, the sect is still our foundation. If we transfer so many Dharma adepts, will North Sea seem empty?" Although Xiang Lu Laozu had only brought his ears to the meeting hall, at this time, there were 3 second-generation disciples, Tianshan, Tianqin, and Tianqing. Above Lu Ping, there were also third-generation disciples like Li Tianru and Lu Tianyuan, who had more seniority than Lu Ping. However, at this time, Lu Ping had the right to speak in this meeting hall, and everyone in Jinling had always thought that this was a matter of course. But this time, it seemed to be a little different. As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, Tianqin, who was beside Laozu of Tianshan, suddenly scolded, "Shut up, when did you have the right to speak? Don't you have any manners?" This time, not only was Lu Ping stunned and frowned, but the other practitioners in the meeting hall also fell into a strange silence. Tianqing Laozu glanced at Tianqin, expressionless, and then returned to his previous calm state. Ever since Tianqing Laozu's foundation had been severely damaged by Mara in the Battle of Frost Island, although he had recovered, it was difficult for his foundation to recover, and he had almost lost the chance to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. Because of this, Tianqing Laozu had become more and more taciturn. If Lu Ping had not revealed the news of the Samling 5 Elements leaf to him, which restored a glimmer of hope to Tianqing Laozu. But after so many years, there had been no news of this item, and this made Tianqing a lot more discouraged. Tianqing Laozu's eyes flashed with surprise, but he seemed to know the reason why Tianqin Laozu had suddenly scolded Lu Ping. It was just that Tianqin Laozu was a little surprised that Tianqin Laozu would react at this time. Tianqing Laozu coughed and said, "All right, let's talk about what has happened in the encampment and the Battle of Jiushuan Tower." Li Tianru was naturally displeased that her junior was being scolded, but the other party was an elder after all, and it was Tianqing Laozu who was asking questions at this time. Li Tianru suppressed the displeasure in her heart and told Tianqing Laozu about the recent news of the sects surrounding Mara's army breaking out of the encampment. Lu Tianyuan also added some information, but Lu Ping did not say a word. After listening to their reports, Tianqing Laozu nodded, and then changed the topic to talk about Jinling's current situation in the North Sea. This time, the reason why our sect has transferred so many experts into the central mainland cultivation world is, of course, to build up the reputation of our sect, and also to prevent Mara's army from launching another surprise attack on our encampment and causing damage to our encampment. Although Tianqing Laozu was speaking frankly to all the practitioners in the conference hall, everyone knew that this was actually Tianqing Laozu explaining to Lu Ping the question he had previously. This time, although our sect has lost 2 Dharma adepts in the previous battle, as well as Elder Uncle Xiang and Sister Tianqin, 2 mid-Dharma adepts, as well as Disciple Tianfeng who has just entered the Dharma stage, and Brother Lei who is stationed at Huangli Island. In addition to the original practitioners in the encampment, it seems like we have lost more than half of our main force. However, Brother Jiang will be facing his second Thunder Trial soon, and Brother Tianfeng has just passed his first Thunder Trial. Our sect has gained another mid-Dharma adept. Tianshang and Tianfeng have also successfully condensed their Dharma powers, and with the addition of Brother Tianshang and Brother Tianhua, who have taken a shortcut to condense their Dharma powers through a secret technique but have not told anyone about it, our sect's power has increased instead of decreased. Therefore, we do not have to worry about the situation in the North Sea. With Uncle Master Tianxiang here, everything will be fine. Tianfeng ancestors' words not only dispelled the doubts of the other cultivators in the meeting hall, but also raised the morale of Zhenling's sect once again after Tianfeng ancestor passed his first Thunder Tribulation and 3 new Dharma adepts. Tianfeng ancestor's success in overcoming his first Thunder Tribulation and the emergence of 3 new Dharma adepts also raised the morale of Zhenling's sect. This time, the meeting did not last for long. After everyone left the meeting hall, Tianshan Laozu called out to Lu Ping alone. Back then, Uncle Tianfan and Uncle Tianshui were the most caring towards your sister Tianqin, especially your Uncle Tianshui. Back then, her care for Sister Tianqin had reached the point of spoiling her. This was also one of the external reasons why Sister Tianqin and Sister Tianling eventually fell out. This matter was related to the feud between the previous generations, and Tianshan Laozu obviously did not want to explain it too clearly to Lu Ping. This time, Uncle Tianfan died, and Uncle Tianshui was seriously injured. Because of Uncle Tianfan's death, Sister Tianqin's emotions were a little out of control. So she's taking her anger out on me? Tanshan Laozu laughed bitterly and said, most likely so. You and Tianyuan were the first to send the news back to the North Sea, and you were also the one who strongly advocated for us to participate in this battle against Mara. This camp was also chosen by you, but then Mara's army just had to come here. Lu Ping felt a little helpless. Although this logic made sense, Lu Ping could hear that it was a little far-fetched, and so he said, but I heard that Uncle Tianqin seems to have become a lot more difficult to get along with in the sect these few years. Tianshan Laozu sighed and said, are you trying to say that her temper has become a lot more violent these few years? Tianshan Laozu did not wait for Lu Ping to reply and continued, ever since she forced herself to go through the first Thunder Trial and was seriously injured, she has been like this. Her potential was almost depleted when she went through the first Thunder Trial, and she almost lost the possibility of advancing to the late Dharma stage. For someone as proud as her, this is no different from a death sentence in the future. Lu Ping did not understand and asked, was her foundation damaged when she went through the Thunder Trial? Tianshan Laozu said, although her foundation was damaged during the Thunder Trial, it was not serious. Potential is like a practitioner's talent, and it is also equivalent to a practitioner's foundation from the beginning. Sister Tianqin is an alchemist, and she relied too much on elixirs, especially when she broke away from the sect for decades. Without the support of the sect, she could only rely on elixirs to maintain her own cultivation. Although her level of practice did not fall behind, she still lacked some of her own hard work, and her potential was depleted. Lu Ping thought about it and said, the sect leader still has hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage. Tanshan Laozu could only smile bitterly and say, that's right. Actually, for Brother Tianfeng, Brother Tiancheng, whose foundation was not damaged, and the old man, advancing to the mid-Dharma stage is basically the limit. But Sister Tianqin is different. She was seen as a genius practitioner from the beginning, on par with Brother Jiang, but now she is at the same level as us. The most important thing is that her level of practice is suppressed by Sister Tianling, and with the matter of Tianfan and Tianxue, Laozu, all of these put together, I think you understand. Lu Ping walked out of the meeting hall helplessly and saw Lei Di, the sixth elder of Lei clan, walking towards him. Lu Ping was a little surprised and asked, why are you here so soon? Sixth elder of Lei clan flashed an indifferent expression and said, "Whoever wants to rebuild the Luoxin sect can do so, but I won't participate." Lu Ping was stunned and said, "Brother Lei, if you don't participate, with just Qin Yu and Qin Gang, the rebuilding of the Luoxin sect won't be that easy." Sixth elder of Lei clan snorted coldly and said, "I want them to suffer a great loss, to let them know that rebuilding a sect is not an easy task. With just them alone, they will definitely be badly hurt. But with a pure Yang practitioner by their side, I think there won't be any problems with their safety. In short, if they want to help, I can, but I won't join the sect. I'm used to being free all my life, and I can't be restricted by others." At this moment, there was a sudden cheer from the square in front of the station. Lu Ping smiled and did not think there was anything wrong with what sixth elder of Lei clan was doing, so he smiled and said, "Let's go to the square and see what's going on." Chapter 1292. In the square in front of the meeting hall, many Zhenling adepts were gathered there, seemingly looking for something. From time to time, they would cheer. Not only were there core forging adepts, but Lu Tianyuan, Green Fox, Tian Feng, Li Tianru, and other Dharma adepts were also there. Lu Ping even saw Ji Tianxian rush in excitedly with Yin Tianchu. Seeing Lu Ping and Lei Laolu walk over, the cheers of the Zhenling adepts suddenly increased. Through the gaps in the cheering crowd, Lu Ping saw a 7-foot-tall jade tablet in the middle of the square. It was densely engraved with words that seemed to be constantly changing. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He smiled at Green Fox and the other two in front of the jade tablet. "Psychic jade tablet? You guys brought back the battle achievements list?" Green Fox smiled. "That's right. We went to the Ziyang Palace for a few days and brought back the battle achievements list as well." The psychic jade card was connected to the imaging stone in the hands of every cultivator who had participated in the encirclement against Devil Luo's army. Once a cultivator successfully obtained battle merit points, the psychic jade card would compare the names, sex, battle achievements, and battle merit points of the top 100 cultivators with the most outstanding battle merit points in each phase. It would then be displayed on the psychic jade stele for everyone to take a look at. At the same time, it was also to stimulate competition between cultivators from various sections. This time, the 13 Pure Sons had also announced to the various sects that the top 50 Dharma adepts of each stage would obtain the right to enter the 7th Patriarch's altar. From the early Dharma stage to the late Dharma stage, this meant that in the end, there would be 150 Dharma adepts entering the 7th Patriarch's altar. The core forging adepts were also divided into 3 tiers. 3 secret realms were opened for the core forging adepts. The top 100 adepts of each tier would have the opportunity to enter one of the secret realms. However, these 300 core forging adepts would have to hand over 2/3 of what they obtained in the 3 secret realms after exiting the secret realms. At the same time, there was also competition between the sections. The sum of the battle merit points of the disciples was the sum of the battle merit points obtained by the sections. The top 3 large sects, the top 5 medium sects, and the top 10 small sects could also obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. The source of these cultivation resources was 2/3 of what the 300 core forging realm cultivators had obtained from the 3 secret realms. There was also a portion of the cultivation resources provided by the 9 profound house, including spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, spiritual items, magic treasures, etc. Although this operation to encircle and annihilate Mara was a joint operation of the entire cultivation world, it was still to help the 9 Profound Pavilion out of their predicament. If the 9 Profound Pavilion couldn't bring out some substantial benefits in return, it wouldn't be enough. The 6 Holy Lands did not participate in the final battle for the sect's battle merit points. Firstly, the 6 Holy Lands might not be interested in these cultivation resources, and the 9 Profound Pavilion would not even have the chance to participate. Secondly, the 6 Holy Lands were confident that at least half of the rankings on the Psychic Jade Tablet would be occupied by the cultivators from the 6 Holy Lands. There was really no need for them to compete with the other sects for these resources. Looking at the Psychic Jade Tablet, Lu Ping naturally wanted to see his ranking among the mid-Dharma adepts. At that moment, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, In the half a month since the battle at Jinling Station, Lu Ping had been cultivating elixirs in the station and had not participated in any of the battles to encircle and annihilate Mara. Although Lu Ping was quite confident about his results in the battle at Jinling Station, in the past few days, it was inevitable that someone would surpass him. Green Fox's beautiful eyes darted around as she said, "Aren't you going to take a look at your battle merit ranking?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "I was just about to, but I haven't participated in any battles these past few days. I'm afraid my ranking isn't too high." Lu Ping was quite confident that he would be able to enter the top 50 mid-Dharma adepts on the list, but he was not too sure what his ranking would be. Green Fox giggled and tapped on the psychic jade tablet a few times. A row of information about the 50 mid-Dharma adepts appeared on the surface of the tablet. Following closely behind Lu Ping, the Jinling adepts cheered loudly. Even Lu Ping was momentarily stunned, because he saw that the person at the top of the list was Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping, North Sea Jinling Sect, battle merit points. Killed 7 blood Shura, 2 blood demons, 3 jade Shura, 2 jade demons, 1 Azura. Battle merit points, 111. Ranked first. Lu Ping asked curiously, "He's still ranked first?" From what he could see, after so many days, the battle between the Mara army from the Xiang Palace, the Skyward Pavilion, and the Tianxin sect was still ongoing. These 3 sects were either holy lands or large sects with strong backing. Logically speaking, there should have been people who had surpassed him long ago. Green Fox said softly, "Do you think everyone is like you, able to kill even Azuras? Those blood Mara are one thing, but which jade Mara isn't surrounded by a large number of blood Mara, as well as hundreds of big and small Mara? Without 3 to 5 people working together, it would be impossible to kill a jade Mara that has the advantage in numbers." Lu Ping wanted to say something more, but Green Fox continued to explain, "We were extremely lucky in that battle. Mara's army was originally only 3,000 strong, and they came in 2 waves. When they were attacked earlier, they used a strange technique to kill 500 to 600 of them. After that, when we attacked the encampment, we attacked together and killed 500 to 600 of them. In addition, although they were all big and small Mara's army had not even entered the final battle, but they had lost almost half of their own forces. That was why we had the chance to fight Jade Mara and Blood Mara directly. Even so, there were still a large number of big and small Mara, as well as Blood Mara, guarding them from the side. Otherwise, Xie Tianyang and the others would not have been unable to take down even 1 Jade Mara. However, after our battle, the Mara on the other battlefields seemed to have learned their lesson. When Mara's army attacked the encampment of the various sects, they rarely split up their forces. Furthermore, the Blood Mara and Jade Mara's minions no longer dared to split up and protect them tightly. If not for that, it would not have been easy to achieve the same results as our sect the other day. Lu Ping nodded. That day, Jinling's results were mostly at the end of the battle. After the Mara's army was defeated, Jinling's subordinates and the other sect's practitioners took the opportunity to kill them. Unless something like that happened again, it would not be easy to kill a high-level Mara on a large scale. Looking from top to bottom, the second place belonged to a cultivator from Purple Sun Palace. However, it was not Xie Tianyang, but the second of the 6 heirs of Purple Sun Palace, Little Shang Sword Fan Mingjie. He had 92 points and was not too far away from Lu Ping. In third place was the direct disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, the Southern Pavilion Master, Nangong Xiaojin. He was right behind Fan Mingjie with 89 points. Surprisingly, in fourth place was not a cultivator from a sacred land, but a cultivator from South Sea Talisman Pavilion. His name was Yu Ziqing, and he had 85 points. When South Sea Talisman Pavilion first set up camp, they were also attacked by Mara's army. Although this Mara's army was far stronger than what Jinling faced, Talisman Pavilion was still a large sect. Later on, the only pure Yang practitioner in South Sea, Yu Xiang Laozu, came to their rescue. That was how they managed to stop the advance of Mara's army. However, after the battle, Talisman Pavilion also suffered heavy losses. Although they had Grand Adepts and pure Yang practitioners, the number of Dharma Adepts they had was not much stronger than Jinling's. Although they had the help of a few small and medium-sized sects in South Sea, Mara's army was also much stronger than Jinling's army. Hence, their losses were even greater than Jinling's. It was said that Yu Ziqing was not the third-generation heir of Talisman Pavilion, but a second-generation practitioner. It was said that he was only a step away from advancing to the late Dharma stage. When he heard that there was a chance to enter the Seventh Patriarch's altar, he gave up on his training in South Sea and went to Middle-earth to participate in the battle against Mara. However, although his points were high, it was also because he had killed 2 Jade Shuras and 1 Jade Demon, as well as several Blood Mara, when Mara's army was defeated. Hence, he had pushed his points to where he was now. In 5th place was another familiar face of Lu Ping. It was Yuan Feixiang of the Yuan family. It was said that he had been helping the Tianxian sect fend off Mara's attacks on the sea. Lu Ping did not expect him to come to 9 Xian Tower this time. His points had also reached 83 points. Although the Yuan family had also been attacked by Mara's army, the Yuan family's unique thunder magic was more effective against Mara's army than any other magic of the same level. For Yuan Feixiang to be able to reach such a level, it was clear that he was also an extraordinary being among the third-generation practitioners. In 6th place was the Tianxian sect's first descendant of the third generation, Chao Jianpain. She was a female practitioner, and she also had 83 points. However, she had killed 1 less Jade Demon than Yuan Feixiang, which was why she was in 6th place. In 7th place was none other than Xie Tianyang. Before he left Jinling's base, his points had already reached more than 40. Although he had stayed in Jinling for 6 or 7 days before leaving, when he returned to the Purple Sun Palace, he began to crazily fight for points. However, Mara's army, which was facing the Purple Sun Palace, did not show any signs of collapse. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and although Xie Tianyang did his best, he only managed to push his points to 78. Ranked 8th was Water Crystal Palace's Qin Wuliang. It wasn't that Qin Wuliang couldn't compare to the few people in front of him. It was just that it was easier for the few people in front of him to obtain points in a direct battle with Mo Luo. The battle with Mo Luo was a long one. In just over half a month's time, the victor on the battle merit rankings would not be decided. In 9th place was the Skyward Pavilion's West Pavilion Master, Sima Chongfeng, who was also Lu Ping's acquaintance. In 10th place was the person who had fought with Lu Ping before. It was the 9 Profound Towers' first descendant, Pavilion Master of First Origin, Wei Zhen. This person had escaped from the 9 Profound Tower together with 8th Sister Zhu, who had been besieged by Mara. Now that 8th Sister Zhu had been severely injured by many Asuras in order to kill the Sky Demon, only Wei Zhen was left to bring glory to the 9 Profound Tower. Chapter 1293. On the list of mid-Dharma adepts, 6 of the top 10 were from the Holy Lands, and this was because many of the disciples from the Holy Lands had yet to show their prowess. There were also 3 who were from large sects or clans. Only Lu Ping was at the top of the list, and he was from a medium-sized sect from the North Sea. Lu Ping looked further down the list. Su Jin was ranked 11th. The Ziyang Palace was known as the best sword sect in the world, and although the attacks of swordsmen were not as deadly as the lightning magic of the Yuan clan against Mara, they were still not to be underestimated. Further down the list, Xiahou Wushang was ranked 18th, while Chan Yu and Chan Xiang were ranked 23rd and 26th respectively. The further down the list, the smaller the difference in points between the practitioners, and the rankings would change from time to time. At this moment, Qing Hu was ranked 44th with 36 points. With Qinghu's abilities, it would not be easy for her to secure a spot in the top 50 among the various sects' heirs and veteran mid-Dharma adepts. However, Qinghu had the help of Qinghu Tiger and Qinghu Wolf. The 2 brothers knew that with their own abilities, they would not be able to make it into the top 50 among the early Dharma adepts. Hence, the 2 brothers decided to focus on helping Qinghu Tiger earn battle credits, leaving the final blow to Qinghu Tiger, which was why Qinghu Tiger was able to make it into the top 50. Lu Ping remembered that Tianshan Grand Ancestor had also killed a Jade Shura and a few Blood Demon Luos in the previous battle, so he had around 20 points. He wasn't too far from the top of the list. Lu Ping remembered that Tianshan Grand Ancestor had also killed a Jade Shura and a few Blood Demon Luos. However, Lu Ping also knew that many of the practitioners who were not on the list had about the same number of points. Although Lao Zu of Tianshan had more than 20 points, there were still many practitioners who had about the same number of points as him. While Lu Ping was looking at the list, there were already 2 changes to the list. The first was that the last person on the list had suddenly changed, and his points had risen by 1 place. The second was that the practitioner in the 39th place had suddenly disappeared from the list. From the 40th place, everyone had moved up 1 place, and the practitioner who had been removed from the list was once again in the 50th place, with his points still at 31. Hey, what's going on? Clearly, more than one person had noticed this. Qin Hu shrugged and said, "What else? The 39th person is dead." Everyone fell silent, especially the many core forging adepts of Zhenling. To them, the death of a mid-dharma adept was a big deal. However, in a battle that involved the entire world of human practitioners, the death of a mid-dharma adept was like a bubble in the North Sea. It was not a big deal at all. In fact, Zhenling had already experienced something like this before. It was just that aside from people like Lu Ping, who had participated in many large-scale battles and was used to the deaths of high-level practitioners, most of the disciples of Zhenling were not used to this kind of situation. Most of the names on the list of late Dharma adepts were from the Holy Lands, and everyone's name was well known in the world of practitioners. However, to the people of Zhenling, these names were a little confusing. No matter what, the world of practitioners in the North Sea was still very isolated compared to the outside world. However, the names on the list of early Dharma adepts shocked everyone in Zhenling. In the 8th place, Lu Tianyuan had killed a Jade Shura, 3 Blood Shuras, a Blood Demon, and more than 10 Big Mara, who were equivalent to late core forging cultivators. He had a total of 78 battle credits and was ranked there. It was a pity that besides Lu Tianyuan, none of the other early Dharma adepts in Zhenling had made it onto the list. Tian, who had originally been the most hopeful, had died. Li Tianru and Ji Tianxian had been in charge of the 3 talents and 5 elements formation. Samling and Lu Qiner had some battle credits, but the list clearly did not target demon practitioners. Even though Samling and Lu Qiner were Lu Ping's followers, they would still not be recognized by the practitioners of the various sections. Compared to the list of mid-Dharma adepts, the list of early Dharma adepts changed even more. In the short time that everyone was looking at the list, the bottom of the list had already changed 3 times. There was also a person in the middle of the list who had suddenly disappeared. It was obvious that he had also died. Other than these 3 lists that received the most attention, there were also 3 lists of core forging adepts. After a rough look, because Zhenling did not bring any early core forging adepts to the central mainland this time, there were adepts in the late and mid-core forging adepts on the list. However, their ranks were obviously not very high, and there were not many of them. However, there were obviously fewer adepts from the Holy Lands on the list. This was normal because the lower the level of cultivation, the smaller the difference in strength. Moreover, there were too many core forging adepts, so it was normal for adepts from other sects to occupy the list. Lu Ping saw Wang Xuanqi's name on the list of mid-core forging adepts. He was ranked 35th. Although the battle with the core forging adepts had been fought with the help of the Dao Soldier formation, so the number of Mara and the chances of each adept killing Mara was relatively equal, and they had also focused on defense, Wang Xuanqi had still used his sharp sword skills to assassinate several large Mara, which was equivalent to a late core forging adept. If it was not for the fact that Zhenling had been recuperating and did not participate in the battle, Wang Xuanqi's ranking would have been even higher. Finally, he flipped to the ranking of the sect's total battle points. Among the large sects, the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the Yuan Clan, and the Talisman Pavilion were ranked in the top 3, far ahead of them. The few sects after them were also familiar with each other, but their total battle points were slightly lower than the top 3 sections. This was to be expected. After all, these 3 sects had faced the attack of Mara's army head-on. In the ranking of the medium-sized sects, Zhenling's unsurprising first place made the cultivators in the encampment cheer again. The second place was a family that had crossed paths with Lu Ping before, the Lu family, known as the #1 alchemist family in Middle-earth. However, compared to Zhenling, the difference in battle points was slightly larger. The third place was the South Sea's Yulin sect. This sect was known as the fifth large sect in the South Sea, and it had long possessed the strength comparable to the large sections. However, for some unknown reason, it had never built a treasure ship or opened a super long-distance teleportation array in Middle-earth. Therefore, it had never been recognized as a large sect by the Holy Lands and large sections. However, the Yulin sect's heritage was still there, and it firmly occupied the third place in the sect ranking. Although the battle merits ranking was exciting to watch, this ranking was ultimately only temporary. Whether it was Lu Ping or Zhenling, if they wanted to gain the most out of this battle against Mara, they would still have to persevere for a long period of time, and they might even have to pay a heavy price. What Zhenling needed to do now was to think of a way to minimize his losses and at the same time, get a good ranking on the battle merits ranking. However, what Lu Ping did not know was that when the psychic jade tablet that recorded the battle merits ranking was placed in the encampment of the various sects, Lu Tianping's ranking among the mid-Dharma adepts attracted the attention of countless people. It could even be described as sensational. This was especially so for the mid-Dharma adepts from the Holy Lands and famous sections. When the battle merits ranking was first released, they did not feel it, but after participating in the battle against Mara for half a month, Lu Tianping's battle merits ranking had not changed at all, but it was still as high as ever. This meant that Lu Tianping did not fight again after the battle at the encampment, but the question was, how was he able to obtain so many battle merits in such a short period of time? Could it be cheating? The more time passed, the more the discussions about Lu Tianping seemed to become more and more unkind. They knew that the news from the Xiang Palace, the Tianxian sect, and the Tianyue sect was that Lu Tianping had single-handedly killed and injured Azura. All sorts of doubting comments began to weaken, and soon after, the news that Lu Tianping had mastered the heaven-opening sword technique also began to spread. Furthermore, the adepts who had witnessed Lu Tianping obtaining battle merits were not only from the Zhenling sect, and more people's testimonies finally put an end to these rumors. The first of the third generation of adepts in the cultivation world, this title was indeed well-deserved. Lu Ping pointed at the battle merits ranking and asked Sixth Brother Lei, who was beside him, "Brother Lei, what are your plans?" Sixth Brother Lei smiled and said, "Compared to entering the Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar, I would rather compete with those guys on the ranking." Lu Ping laughed loudly and said, "That's right, but I hope Brother Lei can lend our sect a hand." Sixth Brother Lei smiled and said, "Of course, I can't use the Luoxin sect's name, right? Moreover, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, those two rascals, also used your sect's name." Lu Ping said, "If that's the case, thank you very much." After saying goodbye to Sixth Brother Lei, Lu Ping went to Linyu Laozu's resting place. Seeing that Linyu Laozu's aura had become more and more mellow, Lu Ping asked with a smile, "How do you feel now, senior?" Linyu Laozu smiled and said, "The pure yang blood stasis removal pill really lives up to its name. The old man's injuries are still mostly healed, and he only needs to rest for a year and a half to fully recover." Naturally, Lu Ping came here to ask Linyu Laozu about the latest news about the encirclement against Mara. Lu Ping knew that Linyu Laozu had a secret method to communicate with the other 12 pure yang practitioners, and Linyu Laozu had never hidden this secret. On the contrary, he would usually send Lu Ping the latest battle reports about the encirclement against Mara. However, this time, Linyu Laozu did not talk about the latest battle situation. Instead, he asked, "This time, all the sects have gathered in the Nine Mysteries Tower. What do you think about the battle Mara's army is about to break out of the encirclement?" Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "This is more like a surprise attack by Mara, taking advantage of the fact that the sects have yet to stabilize their footing to catch them off guard. This is somewhat different from the previous records of Mara's bloodthirsty and mindless state. However, even if he has some intelligence, it is still very limited." Chapter 1294. The so-called Battle of Mara's army breaking out of the encirclement was just what the human cultivators had thought of Mara's army at the beginning. In their eyes, the human cultivators had already surrounded Mara's army in another layer of encirclement, so Mara's army would definitely be afraid and break out of the encirclement. But in reality, who knew that Mara's army would definitely be afraid? Mara's army had suddenly split up to attack when the cultivators from the various sects had not stabilized their footing. The Mara's army had different strengths and different charging forces, but they were definitely not trying to break out of the encirclement. This was because, according to the information brought back by the various sects' cultivators, Mara's army was still besieging the 9 Profound Tower, and there were no signs of their main forces moving at all. This meant that Mara's army was well aware of the human cultivators' encirclement, but they clearly did not take it to heart. On the contrary, they fought with the cultivators from the various sects as if they were demonstrating their strength. Lu Ping came out from Lin Yu and Lao Zu's place. Clearly, the two of them were very confused by Mara's army's actions this time. However, there was one thing they had in common, and that was that the Mara's army they were facing this time seemed to be extremely strange. They seemed to be much more intelligent than what was recorded in the records of Mara's calamity in the past. It was not just the individual high-level Maras, but the entire Mara's army seemed to have gained a lot of intelligence and judgment. At the very least, when the high-level Maras faced the threat of death, they were no longer as fearless as before. On the contrary, they knew how to escape. Senior brother Lu. A clear shout interrupted Lu Ping's thoughts. When Lu Ping turned to look in the direction of the voice, he was slightly taken aback. Junior sister Li? The person in front of him was Li Xiuzhu, Tianqin Laozu's last disciple from the East Sea's 3 islands. However, he should now be called Xianzhu. Li Xianzhu was now at the 8th stage of the core forging realm. This speed was not very fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Tianqin Laozu's faction had 4 outstanding disciples. The eldest disciple was Xian Hui, who was Tian's Dao companion. The second disciple was Zhu Xianmeng, and the 2 youngest disciples were Chu Xianting and Li Xianzhu. Li Xianzhu seemed very excited to see Lu Ping. She was not qualified to enter the meeting hall to attend the meeting, so she did not know that Tianqin Laozu had innocently berated Lu Ping in the meeting hall. She smiled. Senior Lu Ping, Master asked me to invite you. Lu Ping was startled, but he immediately recovered. He smiled and said, okay. It must be said that the relationship between Tianqin Laozu and Lu Ping was originally very good. Although Tianqin Laozu and Lu Ping's master, the Heavenly Spirit sect, did not get along, this did not affect the relationship between Lu Ping and Tianqin Laozu. Even when Tianqin Laozu returned to the sect, Lu Ping had played a great role. From Lu Ping's point of view, although this junior martial ant held a deep grudge against his teacher, her sense of belonging to Zhen Ling's sect was unquestionable. This was evident from the fact that she had been away from Zhen Ling's sect for decades and had even become one of the elders in the boudoir. But when the boudoir established a large-scale sect and invited her to take charge of the Hall of Alchemy, she resolutely refused the invitation. In Lu Ping's view, although Tianqin Laozu was arrogant, she was intelligent, knew the big picture, and had a sense of propriety. Although she was not on good terms with the sect master, and did not mind deliberately making things difficult for Zhonghua's faction when it was harmless, she had never mixed in personal grievances when dealing with the sect's affairs. However, this time, she had publicly reprimanded him in the meeting hall. Although there was an explanation from Tianqin Laozu afterwards, Lu Ping did not think that it was only because of her personal reasons and the matter of Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu that she had vented her anger on him. In his view, Tianqin Laozu's self-control would not be so bad. In other words, even if Tianqin Laozu had a personal grievance, there should be a bigger reason. Although Li Xianzhu was a woman, she had a cheerful personality and was far less meticulous than other women. She did not notice the change in Lu Ping's expression. She only cared about exchanging pleasantries with Lu Ping all the way to Tianqin Laozu's cultivation hall. A female cultivator walked out of Tianqin Laozu's cultivation hall. Seeing Lu Ping coming over, she smiled and said, "Greetings, senior brother Lu." This woman was none other than Chu Xianting, the disciple who had been carefully cultivated by Tianqin Laozu and inherited his alchemy skills. Lu Ping smiled and said, "So it's junior sister Chu." Long time no see. This time, junior sister was sent by the sect to take charge of the alchemy in the encampment. Chu Xianting was now also a senior alchemy master in Jinling. At this time, she came to the central region with Tianqin Laozu, obviously to temporarily take charge of the alchemy in the encampment. After all, in the process of war, the demand for elixirs by cultivators increased, especially those used for healing and recovery, which were in short supply. Chu Xianting smiled and said, "Isn't there no other way? Do you think I can let senior brother Lu take charge of the alchemy in the encampment?" Lu Ping quickly waved his hand and said, "Me? Forget it." Although Lu Ping was an alchemy master, if he was really willing to take charge of the alchemy in the encampment, naturally no one else would have a share, but Lu Ping was not willing to put his energy into this. However, when he was refining the pure yang blood stasis pill for Linyu Laozu, he still took time to refine a batch of other elixirs as a backup. At this time, there was no shortage of high-grade elixirs in Jinling's encampment. Chu Xianting naturally knew that Lu Ping would not take over these things, and what she said before was just a joke. After that, she turned sideways and said, "Teacher is waiting for you inside." Lu Ping nodded and walked into the consultation room. At this time, Tianqin Laozu was standing by the window of the consultation room and looking out of the window, but her eyes were blurred, and it was obvious that she was distracted. She did not even notice that Lu Ping had come in. Tianqin Laozu was known as the first beauty of Jinling in the past. Now that hundreds of years had passed, she was still radiant, and there was a mature and charming temperament all over her body. Lu Ping bowed slightly and said, "Martial uncle, are you looking for me?" Tianqin Laozu's body was slightly startled, but she did not turn around, nor did she speak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the consultation room seemed a little heavy. This time, Martial uncle is sorry." After a long time, Tianqin Laozu finally said. Lu Ping was stunned. He did not expect Tianqin Laozu to apologize to him personally, so he quickly said, "What are you talking about, Martial uncle? Isn't it natural for Martial uncle to teach a disciple a lesson?" Tianqin Laozu sneered and said, "Are you still an ordinary disciple? With your current strength, I'm afraid that even Martial uncle Tian Xiang might not be able to defeat you. You are the #1 expert in our sect. From the top to the bottom, who doesn't respect and fear you? Now I have to be the villain." Lu Ping was taken aback. He didn't know why Tianqin would say such a thing. Then he heard her say, "Of course, your martial uncle wasn't completely selfless back then. I was just venting my anger on you." Lu Ping was stunned. He did not expect that there would really be a personal grudge mixed in. For a moment, he forgot that Tianqin Laozu had said that he was intentionally being the villain. He said, "Martial uncle, is it because of Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the two martial uncles matter?" This time, it was Tianqin Laozu's turn to be stunned. Hearing Lu Ping mention Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu, Tianqin Laozu sighed and said, "It was Senior Tian Shan who told you. Did he also say that it was because of the grudge between me and your teacher?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "He mentioned a little, but martial uncle Tian Shan did not say much." Tianqin Laozu laughed bitterly and said, "Senior Tian Shan is too considerate. He is a good person. Although his wisdom and shrewdness are not weak, he still lacks a resolute and decisive character. From this point, it can be said that the position of sect master is indeed your teacher. The rise of Jinling's sect requires a sect master like Senior Tianling." This was the first time Lu Ping heard Tianqin Laozu's affirmation of his teacher. Although it was not the first time Lu Ping heard such words, when it came from Tianqin Laozu's mouth, Lu Ping still found it hard to believe. Seeing the strange expression on Lu Ping's face, Tianqin Laozu was not angry. Instead, she continued, "Let's not talk about the grudge between me and Lu Tianling. This time I made you lose face. Let me ask you, do you know why our sect, Taishan Laozu, was not able to become a large sect 6,000 years ago?" Lu Ping was slightly stunned. He knew a little about the true spirit cultivators who spent a large amount of cultivation resources to advance to the true spirit realm, eventually leading to the collapse of the sect. Initially, he thought old ancestor Tai Ginseng must have done the same. In order to advance to the true spirit realm, He spent too much of Zhenling sect's resources. Hence, after old ancestor Tai Ginseng went missing, Zhenling sect, which was on the verge of becoming stronger, immediately fell into decline. In fact, it was almost wiped out by Fei Ling sect. However, hearing Tianqin Laozu's words today, it seemed that there was a hidden story, and it might even involve the current Lu Ping. This made Lu Ping a little curious. Back then, Zhenling was actually called a one-man sect of Tai Shin Laozu. Tianqin Laozu finally turned around. She was still as radiant as before, but Lu Ping saw a deep exhaustion in her expression, and even a trace of grief. Perhaps something really happened, Lu Ping thought. Tianqin continued, Tai Shin Laozu was too amazing, and the entire Zhenling was overshadowed by his light. Everyone thought that Tai Shin Laozu would lead our sect to glory. In fact, our sect's light was indeed able to overshadow the Fei Ling sect's overlord, Fei Ling sect. However, everyone overlooked that the light of Fei Ling sect was only Tai Shin Laozu's light. Everyone thought that Tai Shin Laozu was the savior of Zhenling, and everyone was looking forward to Tai Shin Laozu's new contributions to our sect. Everyone even thought that everything that Tai Shin Laozu did was right, and that they could enjoy all the glory that Tai Shin Laozu brought to them. Tai Shin Laozu's light became Zhenling's light, and Tai Shin Laozu's strength also became Zhenling's strength. When Tai Shin Laozu advanced to true spirit, all the cultivators of Zhenling thought that our sect would welcome new glory, but Tai Shin Laozu suddenly disappeared. Tianqin Laozu's lips curled into a mocking smile, and she said, "Can you imagine the scene of our sect at that time? Panic, cowardice, unable to withstand a single blow." Tianqin Laozu's gaze was fixed on Lu Ping, and she said, "The current you is extremely similar to Tai Shin Laozu from back then. Although this cannot be blamed on you, if a sect places its hopes on a single person, then that sect may not be able to go far." Chapter 1295. Lyra Laozu's words made Lu Ping feel very uncomfortable, but he had to admit that Lyra Laozu's words were not without reason. Lu Ping's light in Zhenling was too bright, even to the point where people could only look up to him, making those who chased after him feel despair. Even in the eyes of the fourth and fifth generation of Zhenling, Lu Ping had become a legendary existence, an existence that no one could touch. Lu Ping said, "Then what should we do? Should we let the sect try to suppress me for a period of time?" Lyra Laozu sneered and said, "Suppress you? Who dares? Who would be willing to?" Lu Ping also felt that he had said a bad idea. Right now, he was not someone that Zhenling could suppress. Scratching his head, Lu Ping said, "Then what should we do?" Lyra Laozu said, "What else can we do? At most, we will reprimand you a few words, making people feel that you are still a person, a living disciple of Zhenling, and not a legend, an unfathomable existence. Zhenling does not want to stand out alone, but to let 100 flowers bloom. In this battle to annihilate Mo Luo, you still have to try your best to stay on the battle merit list, and even stay on the top of the list. But our sect still needs other people to appear on the battle merit list, not just you. At the same time, Zhenling's sect also has to fight for a better position on the overall battle merit list of medium-sized sections. In other words, in the upcoming battle, the main strength of the sect will be concentrated on other people, and I am afraid that you will have to rely on yourself more often." Lu Ping finally understood what Lyra Laozu meant, and at the same time, it was also what the sect meant. The rise of Zhenling needed more people to stand up, not just one Lu Tianping. In fact, this was actually a kind of protection for Lu Ping to some extent. At least when other people of Zhenling stood up, Lu Ping would share a lot of the pressure. However, Lu Ping did not care about this. Without the help of the sect, it may be difficult for Lu Ping to maintain the first place on the list, but it was not difficult for Lu Ping to stay in the top 50. Lu Ping was still very confident in his own strength. However, Lu Ping still felt that Lyra Laozu seemed to be hiding something. At the very least, when she scolded Lu Ping in the meeting hall that day, there was a strong resentment. Martial Uncle said before that you also have resentment in your heart, but Disciple seems to feel that Martial Uncle does not agree with Martial Uncle Tianshan's explanation. I wonder if Martial Uncle's resentment in your heart is related to Teacher? Lyra Laozu suddenly looked up at Lu Ping, but saw that Lu Ping was calmly looking at her. Lyra Laozu hesitated for a moment, then said, "How much do you know about the resentment between me and Lu Tianling?" Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, "Disciple also heard a lot." "Heard a lot?" Lyra Laozu smiled coldly, then said with great melancholy, "I am not as good as your teacher." This time, it was Lu Ping's turn to be shocked. His understanding of this martial uncle had always been that she was proud and strong, especially towards teacher Lu Tianling. It could be said that she would compete with Lu Tianling in everything, but he did not expect that one day she would say that she was not as good as teacher Lu Tianling. Seeing Lu Ping's shock, Lyra Laozu laughed. "What, you don't believe what martial uncle said?" This made Lu Ping not know how to answer for a moment, so he could only say, "It's not that disciple doesn't believe martial uncle's words, but I don't believe that these words came from martial uncle's mouth." Lyra Laozu laughed bitterly. "Sure enough, even you think that I am not as good as Lu Tianling." Lu Ping blinked his eyes. This time, he learned his lesson and kept quiet. "Forget it, there are some things that you will know in the future, there is no need to hide it." Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "Your teacher has a daughter, you know, right?" This question really made it hard for Lu Ping to answer, but in the end he still said, "Are you talking about junior sister Xian Xian or fifth senior sister?" Lyra Laozu was stunned, glanced at him and said, "The dead doesn't count." "Then it is junior sister Xian Xian, disciple naturally knows." Lyra Laozu closed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became low. "How many times have you seen her in the North Sea?" Lu Ping thought for a moment, then said, "I really haven't seen her many times." Disciple has asked teacher during those years in the North Sea, but teacher said that junior sister has always been in seclusion in martial uncle Zhang's Shao Yao Palace. Lyra Laozu laughed coldly and said, "This seclusion began when I returned to Zhenling, right?" Lu Ping didn't know what Lyra Laozu wanted to say, but thinking about it, it didn't seem to be much different, so he nodded. Lyra Laozu's expression finally revealed a trace of a strange expression. It seemed to be resentment, exhaustion, joy, and reluctance. He heard her say faintly, "Xian Xian is my daughter." Huh! This was really like a thunderclap, and Lu Ping was stunned. With a strange expression on his face, he stammered, "Martial uncle, this joke is a bit too big." Lyra Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "I know my daughter, she is my and Jiang Tianlin's child." Lu Ping didn't know how he walked out of Lyra Laozu's consultation hall. Along the way, he just kept thinking about Lyra Laozu's words. After telling this secret to Lu Ping, Lyra Laozu could no longer maintain her previous calm. Her expression was emotional, and her words became disjointed, but Lu Ping still heard a lot of grievances between the three of them. Back then, all the elders in the sect valued me, and said that my talent was second only to martial brother Jiang Tianlin. But no matter how hard I tried, Lu Tianling could always suppress me. Of course I wasn't convinced, and I wanted to fight with her. I wanted to fight with her for everything. Back then, all the cultivators in Jinling thought that Jiang Tianlin and I were a golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven, but Jiang Tianlin just had a soft spot for Lu Tianling. Why, I just couldn't accept it. Why couldn't I compete with her for everything? No one was optimistic about their marriage. Everyone was trying to persuade them, and even the elders in the sect began to secretly hint at them, but they still went together under the pressure. After becoming Tao companions, their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and the voices of opposition in the sect became fewer and fewer. I just couldn't accept it. Why did I lose to Lu Tianling in everything since I was young, and now even the man I like has to lose to her? Break them up, by any means necessary. Back then, when I did this wrong, I originally thought that I could make Jiang Tianlin change, but I didn't expect him to not hide anything from Lu Tianling and tell her everything. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? But in the end, the two of them still fell out, but why didn't senior brother Tianlin return to my side? In the end, I couldn't hide it anymore. Everyone was blaming me, and even martial uncle Tian Fan and martial uncle Tian Shui called me over and scolded me. I was pregnant with a child and I didn't dare tell anyone, but I didn't get senior brother Tianlin's heart, so what was the point of having his child? I threw the child into the water, hoping that she would return to the sea with the flowing water. Her coming to this world was a mistake. I didn't have the face to stay in the sect, and even though many senior brothers and senior sisters tried to persuade me, I still decided to leave. But I didn't expect that my child was still alive, and the person who saved her was actually Lu Tianling. How could it be her again? She hid it from everyone, saying that this was her second child with Jiang Tianlin, and after I returned to Zhenling, she purposely sent her to Xiaoyao Palace to cultivate in seclusion, so that I wouldn't be able to see this child. But in the end I still saw her. Just before I was ready to summon the lightning tribulation at the foot of the mountain, she, who had just broken through to the late stage of core forging, was celebrating with a few senior sisters. Even though she looked more like her father, the moment I saw her, I knew that she was my flesh and blood. I've never been convinced by Lu Tianling my entire life, but the moment I saw my daughter, I realized that I was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. I wanted to compete with her in everything, but she never put these things in her eyes. Was it because she didn't care? Was she just pretending, or was it something else? Should I be grateful to her, or should I hate her for being so shrewd and scheming? Although Lu Ping wanted to leave immediately after hearing Tianqin Laozu's words, he knew that Tianqin Laozu was standing at a crossroads. Either she became more paranoid about this matter, or she completely understood the grievances between the two sides. Lu Ping naturally hoped that the two sides could resolve this grievance, but he didn't dare to intervene at this time. He was Lu Tianling's disciple. If he tried to persuade her, not only would it be useless, it might even backfire. He could only remain silent and hope that Tianqin Laozu could cross this hurdle in her heart, which was also the best way for Zhenling's future. At this time, Lu Ping came to a realization. With Tianqin Laozu's intelligence, how could she summon the first lightning tribulation when she wasn't fully prepared, and with Tianqin Laozu's potential, she shouldn't have been so embarrassed by the first lightning tribulation. In fact, Tianqin Laozu's preparation was very sufficient. With her strength, it wasn't too difficult for her to pass the first lightning tribulation. The only thing that could affect her, or even make her calm, was the daughter she gave birth to. Lu Ping was stunned. It seemed that he finally believed that Xian was Tianqin Laozu's flesh and blood. Lu Ping returned to his training room in a daze, but suddenly saw Yin Tianchu in a shadow outside the training room. "Senior brother Lu, I was 70% sure that I could assassinate you just now." Chapter 1296. Lu Ping was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "Indeed, there were too many unexpected things just now, and I was distracted. Fortunately, we were in the encampment. If we were in the wild, we might have been ambushed successfully." Lu Ping invited Yin Tianchu into the training room and said, "Junior, why are you looking for me?" Yin Tianchu said, "If we work together, how confident are we of killing an Azura?" Lu Ping did not expect Yin Tianchu to ask such a question. After a moment of silence, he said, "Junior, I have not seen you in action since you entered the mid-Dharma stage. However, if you were to face an Azura at full strength, if you go all out, I think you should have at least a 50% chance of success." Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "Then I would like to try out the war credits list. I want to see how big the gap is between us and the other sects of the cultivation world." Lu Ping was overjoyed and said, "How about you and I work together?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." On the second day after Zhenling's reinforcements arrived, the Zhenling practitioners were mobilized. The Dharma adepts of the third-generation disciples were all out. At the same time, there were also Tianqin Laozu, Qin Yu, Qin Gang, Lei Laolu, Lu Qina, Lu Hai, and others. Among them were Li Tianru and Ji Tianxian, led by Lu Tianyuan, Lu Qiner and Lu Hai, led by Tian Feng, Laozu, led by Tianqing Laozu, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, led by Lei Laolu, Qin Hu and Qin Lang, led by Qin Hu. They were divided into 5 groups, and each group did their best to assist the leader in killing Mara and snatching the war credits. As for Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu, they had left the encampment at some point. No one knew where they had gone. Of course, Lin Yu Laozu might know, but he would not spread the news. Originally, Zhenling had wanted to help Laozu of Tianshan ascend to the mid-Dharma stage. Zhenling's original plan was to have Tianqing Laozu and Laozu support Laozu to ascend to the battle credits list. However, after Lu Ping told Tianqing Laozu a piece of news yesterday, Tianshan and Tianqing Laozu immediately changed their minds and wanted to support Laozu to ascend to the early Dharma stage. The news that Lu Ping told Tianqing Laozu was simple. The Samling 5 Elements leaf was about to grow its 7th leaf in Lu Ping's hands. Once it was successful, Tianqing Laozu's core, which had already been severely damaged, would be able to recover, and Tianqing Laozu himself would once again have the hope of advancing to the mid-Dharma stage. It was because of this news that Tianqing Laozu thought that instead of supporting himself to ascend to the mid-Dharma stage, it would be better to support Tianqing Laozu to ascend to the early Dharma stage. Although there were more early Dharma adepts and the competition for the battle credits list was more intense, with the help of 2 mid-Dharma adepts, it would be easier to obtain battle credits for early Dharma adepts. Furthermore, after Tianqing Laozu had lost all hope of advancing, he had put all his energy into training the supreme spell formation, Inferno Heavens. When Scarlet Mist Island had first appeared in the North Sea, Lu Ping had obtained a mid-heaven level Earth Core Fire from the island. This spirit fire could be divided into a low heaven level Mother Fire, 3 mid-earth level 2nd generation fires, and a high dark level 3rd generation fire. A total of 13 spirit fires were interconnected and were the best treasures for training the supreme spell formation, Inferno Heavens. After Tianqing Laozu had obtained this spirit fire and successfully trained this spell formation, he could be said to be one of the top early Dharma adepts. Even the current Lu Tianyuan might not be a match for Tianqing Laozu. Although the Sky Mountain Elder had the 2nd Tribulation Spirit Treasure, the Mountain Splitting Axe, and was not considered weak among the mid-Dharma adepts, one only needed to take a look at the people on the mid-Dharma Battle Credits leaderboard to know that this leaderboard was basically a competition between the top 3rd generation disciples of the various sections. It was not that Tianqing Laozu could not bring himself to compete with the 3rd generation disciples, and there were indeed 2nd generation adepts on the battle credits list. For example, Yu Ziqing from the Amulet Pavilion, who was previously ranked 3rd, was also a 2nd generation adept. It was simply because Tianqing Laozu did not have much confidence in himself. In today's world of training, the 2nd generation adepts who were still at the mid-Dharma stage had mostly lost the qualification to advance to the late Dharma stage. Or perhaps they still had hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage, but they could only be considered as the most outstanding among the 2nd generation adepts. Compared to the top group of 3rd generation adepts, although these people had the same level of training, and the 2nd generation adepts had trained for a longer period of time, at the same time, it also meant that the 3rd generation adepts were generally more talented than the 2nd generation adepts and even the 1st generation adepts who were still stuck at the mid-Dharma stage. Compared to them, the 3rd generation adepts were undoubtedly the cream of the crop of their respective sections. They were more valued by their sects and were more likely to receive the full support of their sections. Their inherited spells were more powerful, and the treasures they possessed were of higher quality. At the same time, they could also increase the persuasiveness of the sects in terms of strength. Furthermore, although the competition for the mid-Dharma stage was not as intense as the early Dharma stage, the difference in points on the list was even more despairing. After all, most of the people who could make it onto the list were the 3rd generation disciples of various famous sects in the world of training. In contrast, at this time, Great Ancestor Tianqing did not have this problem. At this time, the 3rd generation disciples who were stuck at the early Dharma stage could only be regarded as the 2nd echelon among the 3rd generation disciples in terms of aptitude and strength. This echelon was actually the same as Great Ancestor Tianshan and the others, who could only become 2nd generation practitioners. Tianqing Laozu himself should have originally been in the 2nd tier of talent and strength. It was only because of the damage to his core that he had been forced to stay at the early Dharma stage. Compared to these 2nd generation disciples who were in the 2nd tier, he did not have the slightest disadvantage at all. On the contrary, he had the extra hundreds of years of training time and the willing assistance of 2 mid-Dharma adepts. The possibility of Tiancheng Laozu being able to enter the early Dharma stage was far greater than that of Tianshan Laozu himself. After everyone left, only Linyu Laozu, Xianglu Laozu, and Tianshan Laozu were left in Jinling's base to hold the fort. Linyu Laozu was an outsider after all, and Xianglu Laozu was also an outer sect elder who did not participate in the sect's affairs. In this way, Tianshan Laozu had to stay in the base to deal with daily matters and deal with sudden incidents. At this time, the battlefield closest to Jinling's base was Xiang Palace, which was guarding the exit of the valley in the northwest. To the northwest of Jishuan Tower was a mountain range called the Zephyr Mountain Range. This mountain range could be seen as the dividing line between the northwest and central regions of Central Plains. In the middle of this mountain range, there was a gap in the valley that was several miles wide. This mountain pass was the only way to enter and exit the northwest from the central regions of Central Plains. Now, Xiang Palace's base was in the middle of this mountain pass, firmly blocking the only way to enter and exit the northwest from the central regions of Central Plains. On the cliffs on both sides of the mountain pass, Xiang Palace had also set up 2 camps, one on the left and one on the right, to protect the base. 30 miles away from Xiang Palace was an open area where Mara's army had gathered and dispersed. At this time, Mara's army had split into 3 groups to attack. Other than the most powerful central group attacking Xiang Palace's base, the left and right flanks were attacking the 2 camps on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain pass. Xie Tianyang was currently in the camp on the west side of the mountain pass. Looking at the Mara's army that was charging towards his camp like a tidal wave, Xie Tianyang used his finger to lightly tap the blazing sky sun sword in his hand. His eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered to himself, "Come on, if we can defeat this wave of attack, our battle points should be able to enter the top 5. At this time, on the mid-Dharma stage battle points rankings, Xie Tianyang's battle points had already reached 86 points, but he was still ranked 7th. However, he was only 2 points away from the Tianxian sect's first direct disciple, Chao Jianpain, who was ranked 6th. And in first place on the battle points rankings was still Lu Ping's unmoving 111 points. However, in second place, the second direct disciple of Xiang Palace, Little Shang Sword Fan Mingjia's battle points had already risen to 105 points. He was only 2 blood shura away from Lu Ping. Xie Tianyang laughed as he scolded, "This fellow is really patient. He still hasn't made a move. If he doesn't make a move soon, I'm afraid that second senior brother will surpass him in first place. Even the top 3 will not be guaranteed." Beside him, Su Jin laughed when he heard this. "A few days ago, you were hoping that Lu Daoyu wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move, but now you're worried about him, worried that someone else will surpass him. What exactly are you thinking?" Xie Tianyang replied in a huff, "I just want to make the ranking list more competitive, so that everyone can compete with their true abilities. If the ranking list is given to us by others, what's the point?" Su Jin nodded and said, "That's true." He opened the imaging stone in his hand and looked at it. Currently, Su Jin's points had reached 74 points, but his ranking had dropped from 11th to 12th. The 9 mystical towers Wei Zhen, who was still ahead of Su Jin yesterday, had now fallen to 13th place behind Su Jin. Of the 2 cultivators who were newly ahead of Su Jin, the 10th was Wuxing School's Huo Wuliang, while the 11th was Spirit Beast Sect's Empyrean Walker, Feng Qilong. The battle cries of Mara's army were getting closer and closer. Finally, with a loud boom, they collided with the protective formation of Xiang Palace's encampment. At the same time, the 2 camps on the cliffs on either side of the encampment were also attacked. Looking at the frenzied attacks of Mara's army outside the encampment's protective shield, the blazing celestial sun sword slashed across Xie Tianyang's body. Streaks of flowing flames almost burned through the surrounding void. "Let's get to work, let's get to work. This time, we must suppress both Chao Jianpain and Yuan Feixiang." Xie Tianyang pointed with his flying sword and was about to rush out of the encampment. He had just discovered a blood demon hiding among Mara's army and was only 500 feet away from the encampment's protective shield. Unexpectedly, before he could rush out, Su Jin cursed. When Xie Tianyang turned around in surprise, he saw Su Jin staring fixedly at the psychic jade tablet in the center of the encampment. In an instant, the number 1, North Si Jinling Lu Tianping's points had suddenly increased by 15 points. Chapter 1297. Lu Tianping had made his move. This was the first reaction of the two of them. A jade demon had fallen into his demonic clutches. This was their second reaction. As for why he did not kill 3 blood demons or 5 blood Shura at the same time, the two of them thought it was nonsense. Would a person who could kill Azuras purposely look for blood Mara to earn points? Xie Tianyang cursed under his breath, but his face was soon replaced by excitement. Lu Ping's move would definitely cause a chain reaction among the cultivators on the list. This way, the competition would become even more intense. Only by doing so could one's true strength be displayed on the list. The blazing celestial sun sword went straight for the blood demon hidden among Mara's army outside the camp's protective shield. This caused the surrounding Mara's army to panic. The blood demons summoned the surrounding big and small Mara to defend against it. At the same time, 2 blood Shura appeared from the side to provide support. The blood demon himself had already started to hide the moment his identity was exposed. Xie Tianyang was not surprised, but happy. He hurriedly called out to Su Jin and the two of them joined forces to launch a counterattack against Mara's army. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were hiding in the void at the periphery of Mara's army's encampment outside Ziyang Palace's encampment. They watched Mara's army split into 3 groups and pounce toward Ziyang Palace's encampment. Lu Ping smiled at Yin Tianchu and said, "There are many people hiding in the void around here." Yin Tianchu said disdainfully, "If you want to take advantage of others, you need to be strong." Lu Ping did not comment. He only looked at the left side of Mara's army and said, "Let's go. I heard that Brothers Su and Brothers Xie are guarding the camp on the cliff in the west. Let's go and help them." Just as Mara's army was charging towards the west side of the camp, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were also closing in on Mara's army. The army had already launched an attack on the camp, but at the rear, Lu Ping still found several Mara hiding nearby, secretly setting up a series of traps to prevent others from attacking their retreat. There was no lack of existences like Mara among them. Lu Ping smiled and said, "This Mara is getting more and more cunning. He actually laid a trap behind us." Yin Tianchu said, "As long as we are not surrounded, this trap is not a trap." Lu Ping nodded and smiled. "That's right." With that, the two of them turned invisible at the same time. Naturally, the battle between Purple Sun Palace and Mo Luo had attracted the attention of many cultivators from the other sections. The cultivators from the other sects were either trying to curry favor with Purple Sun Palace and assist them in defending against Mo Luo's invasion, or they were trying to take advantage of the fact that Purple Sun Palace was holding up Mo Luo's army in the periphery to kill off Mo Luo and snatch their battle contribution points. However, they did not dare to attack at this time because there were already people who wanted to take advantage of Mara's army attacking Purple Sun Palace's camp to cut off their retreat, but they were ambushed by Mara's army. The cultivators hiding in the surroundings were waiting to see if Purple Sun Palace's cultivators could kill their way out of the camp and disrupt the entire offensive formation of Mara's army. Once both sides fell into a chaotic battle, it would be the chance for these hidden cultivators to win in the chaos. But at this time, the jade demon that was lagging behind suddenly noticed something. The soul-consuming black mist stirred, and an invisible wave swept out in all directions. Dozens of feet away, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu could no longer hide. But the jade demon was shocked. It did not expect someone to be able to sneak so far without being detected. The soul-consuming black mist was stirring even more violently, and a sharp scream came from the mist. It went straight into their ears. At the same time, many of the blood Mara hiding around the area gathered around the jade demon. Even Jade Shura, who was further away, came running. Hee, someone is stupid enough to attack Mara's army's retreat. There are so many people and they don't dare attack. Do they think everyone is stupid? These two people are not bad. They can sneak under the jade demon's nose and get within 100 feet of it. Hey, why does the person in front look so familiar? He's charging forward. No way, he's actually charging towards the Jade Demon. It's over, it's over. A mid-Dharma adept is going to die in the hands of the Mara army. It can't be. The black-robed man has hidden himself again. What a brilliant secret art of concealment. Not only did the hidden cultivators not help them, but they were also discussing and gloating, watching the two of them fall into the encirclement of Mara's army. No, that's Lu Tianping. The person who is charging forward is Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping? It can't be. Isn't going up like this courting death? What a pity. I heard that Lu Tianping is good friends with Xie Tianyang and Su Jin of the Ziyang Palace. I guess he's here to help them. I didn't expect him to be so reckless. Immediately after that, a series of exclamations rang out. It was as though something unexpected had suddenly happened on the battlefield, causing the cultivators from the various sects who were hiding in the void to fall silent. As soon as the Jade Demon discovered Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu cast another concealment secret technique and disappeared. Lu Ping, on the other hand, didn't retreat. Instead, his thin water sword turned into two spiraling green flood dragons that pounced towards the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon retreated, but it did not completely avoid Lu Ping's double flying sword attack. On the contrary, the Jade Demon wanted to take Lu Ping's attack head-on. That way, the Blood Mara would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to completely surround it. The soul-devouring black mist churned, and two huge black crows emerged from it. Then, they flapped their wings and rushed toward the two Cyan WMs, pecking at the eyeballs of the Cyan WMs with their black beaks. Unexpectedly, the two black crows were smashed into pieces by the two green dragons. Two flying swords shot out from the dragons' mouths and went straight for the Jade Demon, who was hiding in the soul-consuming black mist. The Jade Demon clearly did not expect Lu Ping to ignore the Blood Mara and the two Jade Shuras that were coming from afar. Instead, he charged towards it. Although this surprised the Jade Demon and it had no choice but to retreat to avoid Lu Ping's attack, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded before its eyes. The two Blood Shuras that came to help suddenly staggered. A cold light flashed twice, and their heads flew into the sky. The two Blood Shuras still maintained their flying posture. They then drew two diagonal parabolas in the air and fell to the ground. The moment the two Blood Shuras fell, the man in black who had been hiding behind Lu Ping suddenly appeared behind them. His cold eyes glanced at the other Blood Mara that were rushing over, and then he disappeared again. The mysterious appearance of the man in black and the sudden death of the two Blood Shuras caused the Blood Mara that came to help to stop in their tracks. They looked a little panicked for a moment. Lu Ping sighed in his heart. The shapeless sword skill could only be used to its fullest in the hands of Yin Tianchu. Although Lu Ping had also practiced this great sword skill and had made great achievements in his hands, Yin Tianchu was able to use the power of this sword skill to its fullest extent. Taking advantage of the time when Yin Tianchu suddenly killed the two Blood Shuras and shocked the other Mara, Lu Ping rushed towards the Jade Demon again. The soul-devouring black fog suddenly exploded, and countless black soul-devouring threads pierced towards Lu Ping from all directions. However, Lu Ping was not afraid. A small blue flag suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a wave of the flag, many auspicious clouds suddenly floated out of the small flag. With a clear chirp, a golden rock appeared and disappeared in the auspicious clouds. The black soul-devouring threads were all blocked by the auspicious clouds, and could not advance any further. The soul-devouring threads could not stop Lu Ping's strong attack. The Jade Demon wanted to retreat again, but suddenly found that the auspicious clouds had suddenly turned into balls of flame. The black soul-devouring threads that were entangled were burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with this strange flame. The Jade Demon was shocked. The soul-devouring black fog was a natal technique of all demonic cultivators, but this time it was burned to ashes by Lu Ping's Jade Phosphorus Soul Fire. This was no less than a heavy blow to the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon let out a mournful howl. Even though Lu Ping had the cloud's sail to protect himself, the impact of the Jade Demon's divine thoughts gave him a headache. However, Lu Ping's divine thoughts only resisted for a moment before he was no longer affected by the Jade Demon's howl. Instead, Yin Tianchu's muffled groan came from not far away. Previously, he had attacked several times in order to stop the surrounding Mara's army. However, under the circumstances that he was on guard, he only managed to injure one blood Shura in his first attack. After that, his subsequent attacks were all in vain. However, his elusive methods still made all the Mara very afraid, and they had to slow down the speed of rescuing the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon's roar forced Yin Tianchu to reveal himself in the void. Then, the demonic Luos who came to help were overjoyed. They surrounded Yin Tianchu and attacked him one after another. However, at this moment, the Jade Demon let out another howl not far away. This time, it was not the Jade Demon's soul-devouring magic skill. Instead, it was Lu Ping's thin water-flowing sword. He had already separated the Jade Demon from the soul-devouring black fog and trapped it in a sword formation. The companion numinous treasure hovering above Jade Demon's head was a Jade Rui scepter. Black mist drooped down from it in an attempt to protect Jade Demon. However, a gigantic white jade lotus suddenly bloomed beneath Jade Demon's feet. Invisible flames rose from the lotus and instantly burned the black light curtain that hung down from the Jade Rui scepter into nothingness. As Lu Ping's cultivation base grew and his divine sense expanded, the Jade Soul Fire's power also increased tremendously. The moment it burned through the Jade Demon's protective black mist, the Soul Fire materialized and the Jade Demon's body was instantly engulfed by the emerald green flames. A shrill scream came from the flames, but the thin water-flowing sword swung across the air and slapped away the Jade Rui scepter, which was still hovering above the Jade Demon's head. The Jade Demon's body was instantly engulfed by the emerald green flames. The Jade Demon let out a miserable howl, but the thin water-flowing sword swung across the air and slapped away the Jade Rui scepter. Chapter 1298. After a series of battles since entering the Central Plains, he had finally obtained a companion spiritual treasure that he had yet to destroy, and it was a Jade Demon's companion spiritual treasure. On the other side, just as Yin Tianchu was about to fall into the encirclement of the Devil Army, a blue flying sword abruptly appeared beside him, slicing half of the body of a blood Shura that had taken advantage of the situation to attack him. Yin Tianchu seized the opportunity to pierce the blood Shura's eye socket directly into its brain. The thin water-flowing sword had already entered the encirclement, forcibly opening up a gap for Yin Tianchu. Two Jade Shuras in the distance were already pouncing over, and Yin Tianchu did not dare to continue fighting. He turned around and escaped the encirclement under Lu Ping's cover. On the other side, after Lu Ping had sent the Jade Demon's companion spiritual treasure flying, Lu Ping only cared about saving Yin Tianchu, who was about to be surrounded by Mara. The Jade Rui had flown more than 100 feet away. The companion spiritual treasure in the Jade Demon's hand was equivalent to a second tribulation spiritual treasure. In the world of cultivation, it was an incredible treasure. Usually, only the late Dharma adepts of large sects had the right to wield a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Although the Jade Rui was only a companion spiritual treasure, if it was modified by a great craftsman, it could easily become a first disaster spiritual treasure. It was even possible that it could become a second disaster spiritual treasure after surviving the second thunder calamity. This treasure was enough to arouse the greed of everyone. Moreover, after the treasure had been sent flying by Lu Ping, he did not have the time to pick it up. Instead, he had to save Yin Tianchu first. This was a good chance. As long as they could snatch this treasure and leave immediately, rogue cultivators would be willing to wander the world for this treasure, and cultivators who belonged to sects would also be willing to leave their sects for this treasure. If they had any sense of fairness, their sects would not hesitate to become enemies with the now famous Zhenling sect for this spiritual treasure. Without waiting for the spirit treasure to fall to the ground, 4 or 5 of the cultivators who were hiding in the surrounding void were already incapable of stopping themselves from rushing forward to snatch the spirit treasure. After those 4 or 5 cultivators made their move, another 5 or 6 cultivators swiftly responded. Additionally, their targets were not the spirit treasure. Rather, it was the 4 or 5 cultivators who had rushed forward to snatch the spirit treasure. Seeing that a huge battle was about to erupt around this life companion spiritual treasure, the cultivators who were hiding revealed themselves and made a move to snatch it. This immediately attracted the support of Mara's army, who were rushing over from both sides. A mid-Dharma adept took advantage of the chaos to fend off the attacks of several adepts and was the first to reach the primordial spirit treasure. Seeing that the primordial spirit treasure was about to fall into his hands, he could not help but feel excited. He was born in a small sect, and although he was already a mid-Dharma adept, he could be said to be the first person in his sect in 1,000 years. However, he was extremely dissatisfied with his birth. In his opinion, if he had been born in a large sect or a holy land, even if he had not reached the level of a late Dharma adept, he would at least be a peak Dharma adept. He would not be weaker than people like Lu Tianping, Fan Mingjie, or Yuan Feixiang. Even if he had been born in a mid-sized sect, he might have had at least one spirit treasure in his possession. However, he had been born in a small sect, and as a mid-Dharma adept, he only had a top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure in his possession. It was so shabby that he felt that he was too embarrassed to show off his treasure in front of other adepts of the same level. However, looking at the life companion spiritual treasure that was about to fall into his hands, the cultivator was filled with joy. As long as he could get his hands on this Rui Jade, even if it could only become a first-level spirit treasure in the future, his abilities would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would not be a problem for him to even be able to squeeze into the list of battle achievements. However, just as he was about to wave his hand and grab the Rui Jade from the ground, a small person about a foot tall suddenly jumped out of thin air and landed in front of the Rui Jade. It giggled at the cultivator and hugged the life companion spiritual treasure that was almost as tall as the cultivator. Cloning. The cultivator was shocked. After the battle at Zhenling Station, Zhenling had made a name for himself in the training world of Central Mainland. The North Sea Watersword deity had also become a hot topic in the training world after killing Azura. The news that Lu Tianping had inherited the lost secret technique of cloning was naturally known by many. Zhenling was not someone to be trifled with. The cultivator looked at the life companion spiritual treasure and gritted his teeth. He had to go all out. After all, Zhenling was an overseas sect. It would not be able to behave atrociously in Central Mainland. Who knew how many sects in Central Mainland were jealous of Zhenling's power? If Zhenling dared to stir up trouble, it would become a target for all. The cultivator flicked his wrist and his top-notch spirit-nurturing treasure was already ready to go. However, at this moment, the cloning suddenly exploded with an aura that was no weaker than that of a mid-Dharma adept. The cultivator was already like an arrow on a bowstring, and the spirit-nurturing treasure charged straight at the cloning. Unexpectedly, the cloning actually chuckled at him. The small willow sword on its back automatically unsheathed itself and collided with the spirit-nurturing treasure. Clang! The small willow sword and the cultivator's life companion spiritual treasure were completely disproportionate in size. However, the result of the collision between the two was a draw. The cloning really did have the power of a mid-Dharma adept. While the mid-Dharma adept was still in a daze, Lu Xiaoping had already flown towards Lu Ping with a jade rui that was about the same size as his own body on his back. Behind the cultivator, a series of shouts and curses could be heard. The cultivator thought that it was because the cloning had taken away the life companion spiritual treasure, and he himself felt that it was a great pity. However, when he turned around, his face was full of anger and he could not help but curse out loud. It turned out that when everyone had been fighting over the life companion spiritual treasure, they had naturally been unable to hide themselves. Furthermore, the life companion spiritual treasure had not been sent flying any further or any closer. It had landed in a position near the perimeter of Mara's army. The sudden appearance of more than 10 human cultivators in such a position naturally attracted the attention of Mara's army. More than half of the Mara's army that had previously surrounded Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu immediately rushed towards the 10 Dharma adepts. Although everyone was cursing, they did not dare to be careless. One by one, they took out their own treasures and spirit treasures and retreated as they fought. As for whether the life companion spiritual treasure had been intentionally sent flying by Lu Tianping to such a delicate position to lure the many cultivators to attack, the crowd did not have time to think too much about it. Furthermore, the life companion spiritual treasure did not belong to them in the first place. They rescued Yin Tianchu from the encirclement of Mara's army. While the Mara's army was distracted by more human cultivators, the two of them worked together to break out of the encirclement. At this time, on the other side, with the retreat of more than 10 human cultivators and the pursuit of many Mara's army, more and more cultivators who had been hiding in the void were forced to reveal themselves and join the battle. The battle between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. It had already alerted the Mara's army that was surrounding Ziyang Palace's camp. Faced with the possibility of a pincer attack, the Mara's army returned to help. The scale of the battle grew bigger and bigger. At this time, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had already escaped from the range of the battle. That was close, Lu Ping said, but there was no trace of fear on his face. But the reward is not bad. A jade demon had been killed by Lu Ping, and Yin Tianchu had killed 3 blood shura consecutively in a short period of time. The two of them had even obtained a life companion spiritual treasure. With this, they had lured the surrounding cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines to join in the battle. This could be considered as relieving the pressure on Xie Tianyang and the rest. Yin Tianchu glanced coldly at the chaotic battle and spat out 2 words, "Idiots." Lu Ping smiled and said, "How about it? Find a chance to get some more?" Yin Tianchu looked at the photographic stone in his hand. The battle points displayed on it only showed 9, so he nodded and said, "I'm going to try my luck on the leaderboard as well." The photographic stone only showed individual battle points, not the points of others. However, when Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had set off from Zhenling's camp, the 50th mid-Dharma cultivator on the leaderboard had already reached 38 points. At this time, he might have even more points. Yin Tianchu had managed to get 9 points in such a short period of time, which was not considered slow. However, he was still far from being able to make it onto the leaderboard. Hearing this, Lu Ping nodded and said, "All right, if you and I work together to make it onto the leaderboard, it shouldn't be too slow." Lu Ping knew that the sects wanted more disciples to make it onto the leaderboard. In fact, Lu Ping himself also believed that the rise of a sect did not depend on the strength of just one person. It was just that he was somewhat unhappy that this was happening to him. Since this was the case, he would work hard to help Yin Tianchu make it onto the leaderboard. Furthermore, even if Zhenling were to fully assist other cultivators to make it onto the leaderboard, they could only help early Dharma adepts. Of course, mid-Dharma adepts were much harder to get onto the leaderboard than early Dharma adepts, but they also carried much more weight. After working together for this period of time, Lu Ping had a very clear understanding of Yin Tianchu's abilities. From what Lu Ping could see, Yin Tianchu's current abilities were completely capable of making it onto the leaderboard. At least from what he could see, Yin Tianchu's abilities were no weaker than the direct disciples of the famous sects in the Central Plains. Although he was still a distance away from the direct disciples of the Holy Land such as the 5 elements Juzi and the 6 pulse godly swords, and he was no match for Xiahou Wushang, Chan Yu, and Chan Xiang, who had just broken through to the mid-Dharma stage, he could still put up a fight against the lower-ranked direct disciples of the Holy Lands, such as Zhu Jilwan and Qin Wolyang. What's more, Yin Tianchu was more proficient in his stealth-killing secret technique instead of facing his enemies head-on. In this way, even those cultivators who were stronger than him might not be able to gain an advantage against him. This was also a great help in hunting down Mo Luo and seizing battle merit points. And after working together with Lu Ping would attack head-on to attract Mara's attention, while Yin Tianchu would hide and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. The two of them working together would often result in more battle points. Chapter 1299. Lu Ping's plan was to draw the 10 or so cultivators around them into the Mara army, while he and Yin Tianchu quietly left after picking up the loot on the outside. Yin Tianchu saw that there was only one additional blood demon in the projection stone and asked in confusion, "Why are we leaving?" From his point of view, the Mara army was attracted by the 10 or so Dharma adepts, so it was a good time for them to pick up the loot on the outside. Lu Ping laughed and said, "Why, is one blood demon not enough to satisfy you? I didn't get anything just now." After a pause, Lu Ping explained, The battle between the 10 or so Dharma adepts and the Mara army will soon attract the attention of the high-level Mara. When that happens, it will not be so easy for us to escape. Ziyang Palace was not like Xinling. The number of Mara attacking Ziyang Palace was much greater, and they were much stronger. Even though this was only one of Ziyang Palace's campsites and not the main base, and the Mara army attacking this place was also only a secondary force, even this secondary force of Mara's was far more powerful than the Mara army that had attacked Xinling's base. The two of them walked around the perimeter of the Mara army. After a while, a loud sound came from the direction of the previous battlefield. A strong aura came from that direction. Even though the two of them were far away, they could still feel it very clearly. Oh, two Asuras are rushing over. I wonder if any of the 10 or so people noticed and broke out of the encirclement. Otherwise, I don't know how many of them will still be alive. Yin Tianchu had heard Ji Tianxian talk about how dangerous it was when Mara's army attacked Xinling's base. The cultivators who were hidden in the surrounding void had watched from the sidelines and watched Xinling fall into danger. When the Longhuai ancestor appeared and Lu Ping killed the Asuras and turned the situation around, these people were the first to jump out and fight with Xinling. Naturally, Xinling's sect didn't have a good impression of these people. But they didn't expect Lu Ping to hate them so much that he would set up such a trap to deal with them. Strictly speaking, Lu Ping could not be blamed for doing this on purpose. If these people had not been greedy for Lu Ping's accompanying spiritual treasure, the situation would not have turned out this way. At the very least, this could reduce the pressure on Xie Tianyang and the others. From Lu Ping's point of view, since the cultivators from the various sects had come to join forces to annihilate Mara's army, they should at least do something. Even if they were just harassing Mara on the periphery, or even killing a few Asuras of various sizes, that would be good enough. However, these people were just watching from the sidelines. When there were benefits, they would swarm forward, but when there was even the slightest bit of danger, they would run as far away as they could. Just as the attention of Mara's army was attracted by the 10 or so Dharma adepts, Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu once again wandered around the periphery. For the next 3 days, the two of them worked together and succeeded several times. The points in Lu Ping's imaging stone had increased from 126 to 139 points. Yin Tianchu's points had even exceeded Lu Ping's, increasing from 14 points to 38 points. It was a pity that the two of them did not know how many points had increased to the lowest 50th place on the battle points leaderboard. However, it was clear that Yin Tianchu's current points were not enough to make it onto the leaderboard. Over the past 3 days, the two of them would always find an opportunity to strike and escape. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they never gave Mara's army a chance to react. And every time they succeeded, they would cause chaos in Mara's army, causing the high-level Mara's army to repeatedly run for their lives. At the same time, the siege of Ziyang Palace's west camp by the Mara's army was alleviated. The cultivators from Ziyang Palace who were stationed at the west camp quickly noticed this. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin quickly informed the seniors from their sect who were stationed at the west camp of Ziyang Palace. There were 3 great cultivators stationed at Ziyang Palace's west camp. 2 of them were second-generation disciples of Ziyang Palace, while the one in charge was a first-generation cultivator. After Xue Sanyi and Laozu received the news from the two, he pondered for a moment and said to the other 2 great cultivators, "Could it be that someone is helping us from the periphery? Who would be so kind?" Those cultivators from the various sects who only know how to take advantage of others? The other second-generation great cultivator, Meng Shui, scoffed, "I'd rather believe that this is our station exerting more pressure on Mara's army, causing Mara's army to have no choice but to transfer reinforcements from the 2 sides." The first-generation great cultivator of Ziyang Palace, Hao Xiqing, who was the leader, shook his head and said, "From the news from the station, they are under more pressure than us. Clearly, they are unable to attract more reinforcements from Mara's army. And from the news from the peripheral family forces, it seems that a huge battle broke out outside the camp 3 days ago. It even attracted 2 Asuras to suppress it." When Hao Xiqing and Laozu mentioned the peripheral family forces of Ziyang Palace, Meng Shui snorted coldly. However, When he heard that there were really cultivators fighting with Mara's army on a large scale, he was taken aback and said, 3 days ago, wasn't that the time when Mara's army was besieging and the situation was tense? Then, Mara's army suddenly retreated. Could it be that someone is really helping our sect? Not necessarily. This time, it was Laozu Shui Sanyi's turn to deny it. I'm more willing to believe that those cultivators who were watching from the sidelines were accidentally discovered by Mara's army and chased after them. It's just that these people have always been very concerned about their own lives. How could they have fallen into the hands of Mara's army this time? For the past 3 days, the Mara's army outside the camp has been in chaos from time to time. Could it be that someone has been harassing them outside? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin looked at each other. The two seemed to have thought of something and wanted to say something but stopped themselves. Hao Xiqing, who was watching from the side, asked directly, "Did the two of you think of something?" Xie Tianyang thought for a moment and said, "Martial granduncle, martial uncles, have you paid attention to the battle merit ranking for the past few days?" Battle merit ranking? The three Laozu Shues looked at each other. Shui Sanyi Laozu coughed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Xie Tianyang chuckled and said, "The battle merit ranking of the great Dharma cultivators is one thing. The great Dharma cultivators Laozu are basically guarding the various camps and rarely go out to hunt down Mara to fight for points. As for the early Dharma cultivators, although the competition for the battle merit ranking is intense, due to the limitations of their abilities, they may not be able to make much of an impact on the battlefield. However, the battle merit ranking of us mid-Dharma adepts is different." That makes sense. Shui Sanyi thought for a moment and said, "Nowadays, the mid-Dharma adepts of the various sects are all dominated by the third-generation direct disciples. You people are all proud and arrogant, and I'm sure you all want to fight amongst yourselves. However, if you hunt Mara within the hunting grounds, it's either too slow or too dangerous. However, if a few of you join forces to harass Mara's army on the periphery of the battlefield, there will be plenty of opportunities to hunt for battle merits. Secondly, there will be a few sects to hold back, and there won't be any high-level Mara sweeping the periphery on a large scale. As long as you control the pace, it's a shortcut to earning battle merits." Martial Uncle Shue's eyes are like a torch, hee. Xie Tianyang immediately followed up with a flattering remark. "Speaking of the mid-Dharma battle merit ranking this time, because it's a competition between the most outstanding third-generation direct disciples of each sect, I've heard that it's highly valued by all the sections. Now that the few of you are relying on your sects to fight against Mara's army, you should have an advantage over the practitioners who are sweeping the periphery. How is it? What's the current situation of your rankings?" Su Jin laughed bitterly and said, "Second brother is currently in second place, with 127 battle merits. Little six is currently in fifth place, with 112 battle merits. Disciple is the worst, unable to even make it into the top 10, with only 94 battle merits, ranking 12th. Among the top 50 mid-Dharma battle merit rankings, there are a total of 5 disciples from our sect on the list. The competition is really intense. From second place to 12th place, there's only a difference of 33 points between the 11 of them, which is an average difference of 1 blood azura. However, for our sect to be able to occupy 5 out of the 50 disciples on the list, it's still not bad. After all, out of the 6 direct disciples of our sect, only 3 of you are here. Now that the calamity of Mara has arrived, it's also the time for the elite disciples of the various sects in the world of practitioners to surge. If the other 2 disciples on the list can maintain their positions on the battle merit rankings, after the opening of the 7th Patriarch's altar, our sect will have to reward them handsomely." Hao Xiqing and Laozu were obviously quite satisfied with Ziyang Palace's current results, even though this was only the beginning. Ziyang Palace had repeatedly fought against Mara's army. Meng Shui and Laozu, however, asked, "What's the ranking of the North Sea disciple who was lucky enough to kill the Azura? I'm sure Mingjie has surpassed him by now. Who's in first place now, and how many battle merits do they have?" Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's expressions turned strange for a moment. In the end, it was Xie Tianyang who said, Uncle Master, how do you know that second brother has definitely surpassed Brother Lu? Meng Shui glared at him and said, he's just a North Sea disciple. Even if he's outstanding, how strong can he be? How can he still be in first place with the full support of our sect? Fan Mingjie was his favorite disciple, and Meng Shui was very confident in his disciple. Su Jin smiled bitterly and said, that's right. He's in first place. In the past half a month, he didn't make a move. 3 days ago, his points suddenly started rising, and he's now at 139 points. Second brother is still 12 points behind him. Meng Shui and Lao Zu's expression changed. They seemed to be in disbelief, but they still tried to ask, is he really that powerful? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin nodded in unison. At the side, Shui Sanyi and Lao Zu said, 3 days ago? Wasn't that when Mara's army suddenly retreated? This Lu Tianping and Little Six have been through life and death together. He also has a good relationship with Little Sen. Previously, when Jinling's encampment was in a tight spot, the two of you ran over to help. Do you think the abnormalities of Mara's army outside the encampment were caused by him? Chapter 1300. This time, the Ziyang Palace's western camp is going to be in trouble. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were lying in ambush on a hillside. They held their breaths and retracted all of their auras as they looked at the Mara's army gathering at the foot of the hill about 10 miles away. Reinforcements. Although Yin Tianchu did not have Lu Ping's 3 pure true eyes, or his insane divine will, he could still roughly see what was happening about 10 miles away. Lu Ping nodded and said, it seems that our continuous harassment and the conflict between the Dharma adepts and the Mara over the past 3 days have attracted the attention of the high-level Mara. An Azura has come with 3 or 4 Jade Mara and close to 10 Blood Mara as reinforcements. Yin Tianchu asked curiously, there is no way that the Ziyang Palace would not notice such a large-scale mobilization. Mara had always moved in groups. An Azura leading 4 or 5 Jade Mara and 10 Blood Mara would mean that there would be at least 1,000 Mara of various sizes following them. It would be difficult for the Ziyang Palace not to notice such a large-scale mobilization. I'm afraid that the Ziyang Palace really did not notice this time. The green light in Lu Ping's eyes shot out a foot. Yin Tianchu, who was watching from the side, was also amazed. These 10 high-level Mara are not accompanied by a single low-level Mara. Not only that, these 10 or so Mara have come in 2 waves. Each wave has about 7 or 8 Mara. It would be difficult for them to attract the Ziyang Palace's attention. Lu Ping's expression changed. We have to think of a way to inform the Ziyang Palace. Otherwise, the camp that Brother Xie and the others are at will definitely be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battle. They might even lose the camp on the west side. Just as Lu Ping was paying full attention to Mara's army, Yin Tianchu said, are you sure we still have a chance to inform Ziyang Palace? Lu Ping was taken aback. When he looked in the direction that Yin Tianchu was pointing at, he saw that the Jade Mara that seemed to be patrolling Mara's army had gathered together and were circling around the hillside. The direction they were circling seemed to be where Lu Ping and the others were. He had been discovered. Lu Ping shouted in a low voice, let's go. The two of them hid themselves and quickly retreated from the hillside. However, at that moment, a low growl suddenly came from the camp of Mara's army. The Mara that was pretending to be patrolling immediately sped up and chased after the two of them. Damn it! Lu Ping cursed fiercely. There's no need to hide. Run with all your might. There's actually a heavenly demon. Even though Yin Tianchu had always been indifferent, his expression also changed at this moment. The two of them no longer concealed their figures. 2 rays of conveyance lights rose up from the hillside and turned around to fly backward. They wanted to use the mountain range as a cover to get rid of Mo Luo's pursuit. The Jade Mara that had caught up earlier were about to split up and chase after the two of them. Unexpectedly, a low growl came from behind them again. The Jade Mara chased after them for a while before all of them returned. At that moment, the Mara's army at the bottom of the hillside had already set off again. They mightily pounced on the camp again. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu fled dozens of miles away. Only then did they realize that Mara was not chasing after them. Yin Tianchu asked, What should we do? Lu Ping sighed. If Ziyang Palace is not on guard, I'm afraid this camp will be difficult to protect. However, there is only the pure Yang Laozu overseeing Ziyang Palace's camp. If the disappearance of the two Asuras can be ignored by the pure Yang Laozu, the heavenly demons are the focus of the pure Yang cultivators. If the pure Yang cultivators of Ziyang Palace do not notice the disappearance of one of the heavenly demons in Mara's army, it will be a little unreasonable. Yin Tianchu said, what if the heavenly demons are not the two that attacked Ziyang Palace's camp? Lu Ping gasped. It's possible. If that's the case, won't the West camp not even receive reinforcements from Ziyang Palace's camp? The two of them quickly rushed towards the outskirts of the camp on the west side of the Purple Sun Palace. By the time the two of them were over 10 miles away from the camp, they could already hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle from both sides. The Devil Luo army had already surrounded the camp and launched a fierce attack. The 3 late Dharma adepts and 10 mid-Dharma adepts guarding the camp had all arrived at the camp's defensive formation and were engaged in a fierce battle with Mara's army. However, the sudden appearance of 1 Asura and 4 or 5 Jade Mara disrupted the deployment of the Ziyang Palace adepts. In the instant the battle began, one of the mid-Dharma adepts from Ziyang Palace was dead and one was seriously injured. By the time the entire Ziyang Palace realized that something was wrong, the remaining 10 or so adepts were quickly surrounded by Mara's army and were surrounded by Mara's army. Even if they wanted to retreat to the camp and rely on the formation to defend it, they could no longer do so. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu tried their best to sneak towards the edge of the battlefield. Only then did they realize that although Ziyang Palace was currently at a disadvantage, they still had the ability to defend themselves. At this time, Mara's army was trying to isolate all the mid and late Dharma adepts who had rushed out of the camp from the camp. This was to prevent Ziyang Palace from hiding in the camp and defending themselves. As for the Sky Demon who had been hiding at the side and had not made a move, it was probably waiting for the right time to give Ziyang Palace a fatal blow. It was to completely destroy this camp that was connected to Ziyang Palace's camp. This way, Mara's army would be able to take advantage of the high ground and launch an even fiercer attack on Ziyang Palace's camp. At this time, Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had already realized that something was wrong when the new reinforcements from Mara's army appeared. Although the two of them were temporarily unable to retreat to the camp, they managed to gather together in time. With a blazing sky sun sword and an ice soft sword, the 2 spirit treasures worked together to block the attacks of a Jade Demon and 3 Jade Shura. However, this time, the situation that the two of them were in was much more serious than the one they had been in during the battle at Zhenling. However, the swordsmanship that the two of them were using was clearly a secret combination attack of the Purple Sun Palace. The 2 flying swords were Yang and Yin, one hot and one cold. When the 2 swordsmanship techniques were used, one attacked and one defended, one advanced and one retreated. Although they were at a disadvantage against the 4 Jade Devils, they were still able to hold their ground. Suddenly, there was a cry of pain from the camp. Clearly, a disciple of Ziyang Palace had been injured by the Mara siege. Then, the two of them realized that a few blood Mara had left the battle and were surrounding them. It was already difficult for the two of them to resist the siege of 4 Jade Mara. If a few more blood Mara joined in, the two of them might not be able to handle it. The two of them continued to defend against the Jade Shura's attacks, and at the same time, they tried to move the fight back. They wanted to return to the camp and use the Matrix to defend against the Shura's attacks. But the 4 Jade Shura had clearly noticed what the two of them were trying to do, and their attacks intensified. 2 of the Jade Shura circled behind the two of them to block their retreat. The 3 Blood Mara were the first to rush into the battle, but before they could attack, one of the Blood Shura suddenly screamed and turned around as if to avoid something. However, a short sword had already pierced through its chest, and it was killed in one hit. Chapter 1301. Shapeless Sword Technique. Xie Tianyang shouted, thinking that it was Lu Ping who had come to help. But looking at the short sword, which was only a spirit-nurturing magic treasure, he knew that it was not one of Lu Ping's magic treasures. Sure enough, a black-robed cultivator appeared behind the slain Blood Azura. With a wave of his hand, the dagger magic treasure returned to his hand. Then, the cultivator looked coldly at Xie Tianyang. His black robes fluttered, and his entire person hid in the void again. Xie Tianyang gave Su Jin a look. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but the flying swords in their hands did not relax at all. On the contrary, the two spirit treasures cooperated more closely with each other, and their attacks became fiercer, as if they were going to break out of the encirclement. Seeing this, the four Jade Mara no longer cared about the black-robed cultivator who had suddenly appeared. Only a few blood Mara hurriedly wandered around the periphery, as if guarding against something, while the four Jade Mara began to block Xie Tianyang and Su Jin with all their might. Although Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's all-out attack had disrupted the rhythm of the four Jade Mara's coordination, the two of them really could not escape the encirclement of the four Jade Mara. But this was enough. With a strange gulp, a sword light rushed up from below like boiling water. Including Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, the four Jade Mara were all included in the sword formation. The boiling sword light continued to spread, scaring away the few blood Mara that came up from all directions. But the black-robed Yin Tianchu's figure disappeared in a flash. Not only did he not avoid the boiling sword light formation, but he also rushed into the formation and was drowned by the boiling sword light in the blink of an eye. Boiling sky sword technique. Jade Demon suddenly realized that his soul-devouring divine art couldn't be used in this strange sword whistle that sounded like boiling water. That earth-shaking sword whistle actually covered up his soul-devouring divine art completely. Without the soul-devourer magic, the Jade Demon's strength was only slightly stronger than a blood Shura. The sword light around it surged up, and in a moment, the Jade Demon let out a shrill roar. Together with the accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand, it was swallowed by the sword light, leaving only a black soul devourer that gradually dissipated in the boiling sword light. Seepage sword technique. Lu Ping had already cultivated this supreme sword technique to the level where he could use it as he pleased. He could change the four basic magic at any time in the process of using the supreme sword technique to adapt to the situation. A figure slowly condensed in the sword formation. Lu Ping smiled at the sword light formation that was still boiling around him. He did not expect that Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's strength had also reached such a level. If Yin Tianchu had not secretly expelled the blood Mara, and the two of them had joined forces to stop the four Jade Mara, Lu Ping would not have been able to use this supreme sword technique like a sneak attack to trap the four Jade Mara in the sword formation. When Lu Ping's sword formation included Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, the two of them seemed to have expected this. Seeing that the sword light around them was only attacking the Jade Mara in front of them, and that it did not affect them at all, they could not help but be amazed that Lu Ping could control such a powerful supreme sword technique so well. But at this time, the two of them had to suppress their shock, and each of them rushed towards the two Jade Shuras. At this time, the four Jade Mara had been scattered by Lu Ping's supreme sword technique, and it was a good time to take them down one by one. The other Jade Shura had just regained its footing under the sword formation when a black shadow attacked it. A short sword suddenly appeared 3 feet in front of the Jade Shura. Although the Jade Shura tried to dodge, its protection god powers were still pierced. The sword pierced half a foot into its body, and the Jade Shura's companion spirit treasure knocked it away. A palm strangely appeared in midair, just in time to grab the flying dagger magic treasure, and then disappeared. But when the Jade Shura used the companion spirit treasure to smash the sword light where the hand had appeared, it did not find anything. The Jade Shura was shocked, and it seemed to think of something. Its feet flashed, and when it was about to leave where it had been, a short needle that was about a foot long appeared behind the Jade Shura. Although the Jade Shura had a protection god power around her, the god powers and spells were like broken cups in front of the short needle. They made a cracking sound, and the protective god powers around the Jade Shura were pierced like rotten wood. The needle pierced right through the Jade Shura's back. The Taishan thorn that Lu Ping had given to Yin Tianchu was now a true disaster spirit treasure in Yin Tianchu's hands. Clearly, Yin Tianchu's power had increased over the years, and it wasn't just in terms of his cultivation. The Jade Shura looked at the half of the thorn that was sticking out of her chest in disbelief. Her whole body was starting to crack as her life force drained away. She turned into a thick spirit power that evaporated into the air. Only the Taishen thorn was left floating in the air, shining with a sharp light. The sword shadows dissipated, and Yin Tianchu's figure calmly walked out from behind the sword shadows. The moment he appeared, the supreme mystery thorn let out a soft cry and instantly flew back into Yin Tianchu's body, disappearing without a trace. At this time, the sky full of sword lights started to gather together. They gathered around the two flying swords that were floating around Lu Ping. Lu Ping, Xie Tianyang, and Su Jin slowly appeared in the air. Su Jin bowed to Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for helping us. If you hadn't, we would have been in big trouble. By the way, is this a cultivator from your faction?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. This is Yin Tianchu from our faction." Xie Tianyang and Su Jin greeted each other as Brother Yin. Yin Tianchu only nodded silently in return. Su Jin and Xie Tianyang did not mind. They had seen all kinds of strange people in the world of cultivation, and it was easy to offend them by deliberately chasing after small details. Xie Tianyang said, "I didn't expect you to have someone like Brother Yin, besides Brother Lu. Zhenling has brought a big surprise to the world of cultivation." Su Jin was being honest. He said, "Surprise is good enough, but it's hard to say whether it's good or not." The four of them met each other in a hurry. Lu Ping said, "This is not a good place to talk. Brother Su, Brother Xie, the situation in your faction is not good. Has your pure Yang Laozu arrived?" Su Jin didn't suspect anything. He said, "It's not good. There's an Azura in Mara's army. The three martial uncles and martial granduncle are doing their best to delay, but they won't be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid we can't count on the reinforcements from the encampment. There are two skyscraping demons there. Our pure yang cultivator, Jia Xiuqing, and Wuxing School's pure yang cultivator, Muyi Laozu, both have to block the two skyscraping demons. Naturally, they won't be able to do anything else." At this time, Xie Tianyang saw that Lu Ping's expression was getting worse when he heard that the pure yang cultivator from Ziyang Palace was busy. Xie Tianyang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lu, is there something wrong?" Su Jin also noticed that Lu Ping's expression was getting worse. He couldn't help but stop talking. However, from Lu Ping's low voice, he received a piece of shocking news. "Something's wrong, something's very wrong. There's a skyscraping demon hiding in Mara's army." "What? That's impossible!" Xie Tianyang and Su Jin shouted almost at the same time. However, their eyes were dyed with a layer of deep worry. Previously, they had only reacted subconsciously. The news brought by Lu Ping was too despairing. However, the two of them knew that Lu Ping would never lie to them about this matter. Previously, after the four of them joined forces to kill the four Jade Mara, the high-level Mara in the surrounding area had already fled, leaving only the small Mara that the four of them casually killed as they flew. Previously, Su Jin and Xie Tianyang had wanted to bring two strong reinforcements to the cultivators of Ziyang Palace who were surrounded by Mara. Now, the two of them only wanted to inform the three great cultivators of Ziyang Palace who were doing their best to resist the Azuras. Most of the cultivators of Ziyang Palace who could rush out of the camp to fight were at least at the mid-Dharma stage. However, the sudden appearance of reinforcements from Mara's army had broken the connection between them, and they were now in a situation where they were fighting on their own. This battlefield affected the void within a radius of nearly 100 miles. Although the four of them attacked everywhere, there were only a few cultivators of Ziyang Palace, and there were no traces of the great cultivators at all. The four of them could not help but feel anxious. If the three great cultivators stationed at the campsite could not return in time to defend the campsite, then once the heavenly demons appeared, the entire Purple Sun Palace would definitely be defeated. Furthermore, even if the three great cultivators could return in time, with the help of the heavenly demons, the campsite would only be able to delay the invasion of the heavenly demons. Where did this heavenly demon come from? If this heavenly demon really existed, it was definitely not one of the two heavenly demons that attacked the Purple Sun Palace's encampment at the mountain pass. Instead, it was a new reinforcement from the Devil Luo army. However, How did this heavenly demon manage to sneak into the Devil Luo army without being discovered by the two pure yang experts of the Purple Sun Palace? Xia Tianyang suddenly stopped and said seriously, "No, I'm afraid it's too late if this goes on. Brother Lu, have you really found traces of the heavenly demon?" Yin Tianchu's face darkened. Beside him, Lu Ping hurriedly pulled him back and said, "It's not that we found traces of the heavenly demon, but that the heavenly demon is indeed hiding in this Mara's army." Xia Tianyang nodded and said, "Brother Lu, please don't blame me. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful." With that, Xia Tianyang suddenly roared into the sky. A buzzing sound came from the thin water-flowing sword that was circling around Lu Ping. These two flying swords were responding to Xia Tianyang's long roar. Lu Ping's divine sense even sensed a rich sword qi in Xia Tianyang's long roar. This long roar must be a kind of magical power that was derived from swordsmanship. Just as Xia Tianyang let out a long roar, Su Jin, who was beside him, also roared into the sky. Their roars resonated with each other, and suddenly, their roars reached a higher level. Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to have caught a strange vibration in the space. It seemed that this long roar could resonate with something, so that it could be used to transmit some kind of message. This must be a secret technique of the Purple Sun Palace. And looking at Xia Tianyang's solemn expression, it was clear that this long roar contained some kind of code used by the Purple Sun Palace for emergency situations. As Su Jin joined in the battle, the void 100 feet away from Lu Ping trembled violently. The invisible water sword couldn't remain in its invisible state due to the turbulence caused by the secret technique. It flashed and disappeared into the void again. This time, it didn't appear again. The invisible water sword couldn't remain invisible anymore. It flashed and disappeared into the void again. This time, it didn't appear again. The Purple Sun's sky-piercing howl. This was a secret technique that relied on the essence of sword qi to activate the cultivator's own life force. Once this technique was used, all the cultivators of the Purple Sun Palace within 1,000 miles would be able to sense it. It should not be used carelessly unless a disaster was about to befall the sect. But once the sword roared, all the disciples of the Purple Sun Palace who sensed it must immediately gather in the direction of the person who made the sword roar. In the Purple Sun Palace, the cultivators who could use this kind of magical power were either pure Yang Laozu or late Dharma adepts or extremely important people in the sect. And the cultivators who used this kind of magical power would definitely have to bear a great deal of risk. Additionally, due to how far away the roar was, it was also very taxing on the cultivator who was executing the secret technique. The secret technique required the cultivator's life force as the price. Additionally, the cultivator had to rely on the cultivator's essence sword energy in order to succeed. This meant that after Xia Tianyang and Su Jin used the Purple Sun sky-piercing howl, their lifespans would definitely be affected to a certain extent, and their strength would also temporarily decrease. Yin Tianchu let out a muffled groan. Clearly, not only could this howl resonate with the flying swords and spirit treasures, it could also inadvertently attack other cultivators' divine sense. However, this kind of secret technique wasn't specifically targeted at divine sense, so it was even less effective against Lu Ping. The duo's long howl lasted for about 10 minutes. The devil luos in the surroundings were so frightened by this sword howl that they dared not come forward. When the two of them stopped at the same time, an abnormal paleness flashed across their faces. Lu Ping gave the two of them 2 divine will recovery elixirs refined from Jade Mara's soul-devouring crystal. The two of them swallowed the elixirs without thinking. Xia Tianyang quickly became spirited and said, "Fortunately, this long roar only needs to be heard by the cultivators near the encampment. Otherwise, the consumption would be much higher." Su Jin also nodded. It was clearly the first time the two of them had used this secret technique of the sect. A look of lingering fear flashed across their faces as they said, "I didn't expect the consumption to be so great. However, I think the martial uncles and martial granduncles should have already received the news. I can only hope that our sect's Laozu in the encampment at the mountain pass can spare some time to help. Otherwise, we can only delay for a while. With the cooperation of the heavenly demons, Azura's strength will definitely increase." Even if our encampment has defensive arrays, it will not be able to stop the heavenly demons. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I don't know if the elders of Purple Sun Palace have received the news. However, I know that Mara's army has received the news. At the very least, the few of us are in trouble. The cold ice soft sword behind Su Jin shook and said, How many Jade Mara have come? Although the purple sun sky piercing howl has consumed a lot of energy, the drawbacks will only appear later. At this time, our battle strength has not decreased much. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, It's not Jade Mara, it's Azura. Just as Lu Ping's voice fell, a powerful roar suddenly came from the Mara's army in the distance. Mara's army suddenly spread out and opened up a path. And Azura turned into a golden light. With an unparalleled sharp aura, it directly broke through the void and killed its way to the four of them. Just as the Azura descended, four consecutive blade lights seemed to pass through the void at the same time and directly appeared 3 feet in front of the four of them, slashing towards their heads. When the Mara's army saw the Azura's attack, they immediately cheered and made a ruckus. The Mara's army, which was previously frightened by the four of them and did not dare to advance, immediately swarmed forward and blocked the four's escape route from all directions. Among them, there was no lack of blood Mara patrolling the surroundings. If the four of them tried to escape, they would definitely be obstructed. Let's fight. The thin water-flowing sword flew out and the flying chain slash continuously pierced the golden blade lights in front of him. At the same time, he broke the Azura's attack and was also sent flying more than 10 feet back. Lu Ping fiercely suppressed the shock in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ping finally understood how powerful an Azura at its peak was. The Azura that Lu Ping had killed by a fluke previously was not at its full strength. At the very least, Lin Yu Laozu's sneak attack had destroyed 70% of the Azura's combat power. The Azura's power was far beyond that of late Dharma adepts. During the Mara's disaster, there were very few great adepts who could fight against an Azura alone. Even the great adepts of the Ziyang Palace could only fight against an Azura and by time. Even if there were 2 great adepts who were facing an Azura, they would not fight it head-on. In the instant that Lu Ping pierced through the golden blade lights, the sword of the true spirit had already flown up from behind Lu Ping. In the midst of the bluish-purple auspicious clouds, the sword of the true spirit had already transformed into a dragon that pounced towards the Azura. At this moment, there was no way out other than to charge forward bravely. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had also blocked the Azura's attack. However, looking at their slightly disheveled expressions, it was obvious that they were not as relaxed as Lu Ping was. The 3 of them exchanged glances and already knew that today's matter would not end well. As for Yin Tianchu, he had already disappeared the moment the blade lights appeared. Vaguely, Lu Ping seemed to have sensed that Yin Tianchu was already hiding behind him, waiting for the moment that the Azura revealed an opening under the joint attack of the 3 of them to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 1302. The moment the Azura appeared, a cold and ferocious aura suddenly rose from within Mara's army. In an instant, this aura swept through the entire battlefield like a cold wind with a blade. Mara's army was suddenly shaken, while the cultivators of Ziyang Palace were simultaneously affected by this cold soul-devouring spell. The heavenly demon hidden within Mara's army finally attacked. The instant it attacked, it targeted all the cultivators of Ziyang Palace in the camp. Several cries of shock and even miserable cries came from all directions. It was clear that with the help of the heavenly demon's strange spell, the cultivators of Ziyang Palace were inevitably at a great disadvantage. Even Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, who were facing off against the Azura, hesitated for a moment. Yin Tianchu, who was hiding behind Lu Ping, could no longer maintain his invisibility spell and had no choice but to reveal himself from the void. Among the 4 of them, only Lu Ping's spiritual force was strong enough. With the protection of the Jade Phosphorus Soul Fire and the Cloud Sail, he was able to remain unscathed under the heavenly demon's sudden attack. However, at this moment, the Azura seized the opportunity to attack again. Yin Tianchu was still behind Lu Ping, but Lu Ping did not have the time to warn the other 2. The sword of true spirit instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the Azura's head. At the same time, Lu Ping's hands formed a seal, but he did not even chant an incantation. A dark cloud had already gathered in the sky. Immediately after, the bolt of lightning that struck first exploded with a loud bang, startling Xie Tianyang and the other two. At the same time, the bolts of Yin Water Divine Lightning had already combined with the Thunderclap Sword technique to block the Azura's surprise attack. However, Lu Ping's mind was shaken by the Azura's counterattack. His qi and blood churned and blood seeped out from his nose. In reality, from the moment Xie Tianyang and the other two were attacked by the heavenly demon's soul-devouring to when Lu Ping could use the Yin Water Divine Lightning to barely resolve the Azura's attack, only a split second had passed. Xie Tianyang and the other two had escaped from the heavenly demon's concealment and hurriedly lent a helping hand. At the same time, they felt ashamed, but Lu Ping's internal organs were still injured. Fortunately, Lu Ping's body had been constantly nourished and was far stronger than ordinary people. Although this kind of injury was troublesome, it was not enough to affect his strength in a short period of time. This time, Xie Tianyang and Su Jin joined forces to fight the Azura head-on. Previously, Lu Ping had seen the two of them performing a joint attack secret technique. Although they could not completely resist the Azura's head-on attack, with Lu Ping fighting from the side, he would help the two of them and at the same time, fill in the gaps. Every time the Azura's attack was finally resolved, it made the Azura even more furious. At this time, Yin Tianchu was hiding on the side, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, so the Azura had to divert part of its attention to guard against him. Under the four of them joining forces, they could actually fight evenly with one Azura, attacking and defending. Even when the big and small Mara came forward to harass them, Lu Ping still had the strength to release two flying swords of spiritual treasures to clear the periphery of the battle for the four of them. Even when the blood Mara appeared, Lu Xiaoping's avatar would come out to stop it. "Evil creature, how dare you!" A fierce roar rang out from the Mo Luo army. Lu Ping could even hear the murderous aura hidden in the roar, and he could even tell that there was no return. It's Grandmaster Hao Xiqing. Previously, the appearance of the Azura's reinforcements in Mara's army had already caused the Purple Sun Palace cultivators stationed at the camp to be badly battered. Now, the appearance of the heavenly demon made the situation even more dangerous. If not for Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's earth-shattering roar, the three great cultivators stationed at the camp would have already broken into the camp before they discovered the heavenly demon. However, so what? Facing a heavenly demon and a great cultivator head-on, the only thing they could fight for Purple Sun Palace was not victory. They could only fight for time to escape. When Hao Xiqing and Lao Zu charged towards the heavenly demon, they already knew their mission. They hoped to sacrifice themselves in exchange for a few more Purple Sun Palace cultivators escaping from the torrent of Mara's army. As for the other two great cultivators, they were probably still entangled with the other two Azuras. This was because Lu Ping, Xie Tianyang, and Su Jin were blocking one of the Azuras. Otherwise, even if the Purple Sun Palace's great cultivators risked their lives to block the heavenly demon, it would be the best time for the Azura to completely crush Purple Sun Palace's resistance. Sure enough, when Hao Xiqing and Lao Zu charged towards the heavenly demon, Meng Shui and Lao Zu's deep roar came from the sky again. All Purple Sun Palace disciples, return to the camp. Gather your strength and prepare to break out. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's Purple Sun sky-piercing howl was not only used to inform the Purple Sun Palace cultivators near the camp, but also to inform the camp at the mountain pass that was over 50 kilometers away. However, Meng Shui and Lao Zu's roar directly shattered Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's final fantasies. It was impossible for Purple Sun Palace's mountain pass to send reinforcements. The heavenly demon and Azura that appeared in Mara's army were indeed a new force. Just as the camp at the west side of Purple Sun Palace was in a chaotic battle, a fierce battle was also taking place at the mountain pass camp of Purple Sun Palace. However, the two pure Yang cultivators guarding the camp, Jia Xiuqing Laozu from Purple Sun Palace and Mu Lingzi Muyi Laozu from Wuxing School were constantly paying attention to the situation outside the camp. However, both of them had a strange expression on their faces. Brother Jia, this situation looks a little strange. Why haven't the two heavenly demons made a move yet? Mu Yi Laozu had rushed to support Purple Sun Palace after it was attacked by Mara. In the past few days, he had joined forces with Jia Xiuqing and Laozu to repel the attacks of the two heavenly demons in Mara's army several times. If the two heavenly demons were not always surrounded by high-level cultivators and countless Mara of various sizes, the two Laozu would have probably killed the two heavenly demons long ago. At this time, the two of them admired 8th Sister Zhu's ruthlessness even more. Back then, she had run into Mara's army to assassinate a heavenly demon. She had really risked her life. After the incident, it was said that even the highest-ranking alchemy grandmaster in the Liu family shook his head after seeing her injuries and said that she was lucky to maintain her pure yang cultivation. It would probably take decades for her to recover. Jia Xiuqing Laozu also felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where it was. He pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be that the two heavenly demons have run to the camps on the two sides?" Mu Yi Laozu was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "It can't be. The aura of the two heavenly demons has been locked on by us. Although it's not easy for us to kill them, it's impossible for these two beasts to avoid our detection." Jia Xiuqing Laozu's expression softened and he said, "That's true. Being overly concerned makes one confused. I've made a fool of myself in front of Mu Ge." After saying that, Jia Xiuqing Laozu seemed to have thought of something that made him angry again. He snorted coldly and said, "If it wasn't for the Western Wilderness Demon Clan and the Northern Ice Plains Multicolored Tiger Clan's sudden attack, causing great losses to our sect and taking up too much of our sect's energy in the Northwest, we wouldn't have sent only the old man for this battle of the Nine Mysteries Tower." An imperceptible look flashed across the face of Konoha's ancestor as he asked curiously, "Speaking of which, it is quite strange. Did the monster race outside the Northwest Central region go crazy? Why did they suddenly join hands and even annihilate the Western Wasteland Temple?" Jia Xiuqing Laozu's face flashed with anger and he said, "They're just taking advantage of the situation. After the calamity of Mara is over, our sect will definitely reorganize the demon clan in the Western Wilderness and Northern Ice Plains. We'll see what kind of courage they've eaten to dare to attack our Purple Sun Palace, or if there's some mastermind behind this." Mu Yi Laozu's eyes flickered and a trace of worry flashed across his face. He changed the topic and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with the two camps on the two sides of the encampment, right?" Jia Xiuqing Laozu said, "There shouldn't be any problems if they focus on defense. At the very least, they can rely on the defensive formations of the camps to block the attack of one or two Azuras. The people in charge of the two camps are all first-generation cultivators of our sect. They've experienced many battles of life and death. There shouldn't be any major mistakes." Mu Yi Laozu's expression was a little envious as he said, "Your sect is indeed worthy of being the leader of the 5 great holy lands of the Central Plains. Even when fighting on two sides, you can still have such a strong force." Jia Xiuqing Laozu looked at Mu Yi Laozu with a faint smile and said, "Back then, Wuxing School was no weaker than our sect and Purple Sun Palace. Some time ago, if you had completely merged the Yulon River and Qingming River through the water transformation talisman, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for your sect to return to the glory of Wuxing School." Mu Yi Laozu's expression changed. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Jia, you must be joking. Our sect failed at the last moment and made a fool of itself." Jia Xiuqing smiled and didn't say anything. In the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain, Wuxing School suffered a double loss. If it weren't for the 9 Mystical Towers' emergency call for reinforcements from various sects of the human race, as one of the 5 great holy lands of the Central Plains, Wuxing School would have been suppressed by the entire cultivation world of the Central Plains. Even so, after the defeat of Luo Xan Mountain, Wuxing School took the initiative to shrink its sphere of influence. This time, when the Purple Sun Palace was attacked, Mu Yi Laozu even took the initiative to help. Jia Xiuqing and Lao Zu naturally knew what Mu Yi was up to. Just as the two were testing each other, a low whistle suddenly came from Jia Xiuqing Lao Zu's waist. Jia Xiuqing Lao Zu's smile immediately froze on his face. He reached out and touched his waist. A nameplate made of ancient jade was trembling slightly. The whistle made by Xie Tianyang and Su Jin came from the trembling nameplate. Although the sound was much lower, it was very clear in the quiet room. Purple sun sky breaking whistle? Mu Yi Laozu exclaimed and looked at Jia Xiuqing Laozu with an uncertain expression. Chapter 1303. Mu Ye's ancestor naturally recognized this method of communication from the Purple Sun Palace and knew what it meant for the Purple Sun Palace. It's the camp on the west side. Oh no, damn it. Did the heavenly demons really go there? Mugu, without waiting for Jia Xiuqing Laozu to finish speaking, Mu Yi Laozu said, Brother Jia, go ahead and make arrangements. I will do my best. Jia Xiuqing nodded solemnly. Thank you. Purple Sun Palace will definitely repay Wuxing School's request for help. Mu Yi Laozu had been waiting for this sentence. He smiled and was about to say something, but before he could speak, the two pure yang cultivators' expressions changed. How is this possible? The two heavenly demons are still here. What exactly happened at the west side camp? The two pure yang cultivators looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, Jia Xiuqing Laozu's gaze was now filled with worry and anger. The two of them no longer cared about the camp on the west side. They hurriedly flew out. At the instant the purple sun whistled through the air, the auras of the two sky fiends that had been lingering outside the Purple Sun Palace encampment suddenly surged. They charged straight for the encampment. Although the west side camp was important, the camp where the camp was located was the foundation of Purple Sun Palace. Jia Xiuqing originally thought that the two heavenly demons had used some secret divine ability to strip off their auras to deceive the two pure yang cultivators, so they did not directly participate in the battle. Instead, they lingered outside the battlefield with the intention of restraining the two pure yang cultivators. Their real bodies had already run to the west side. Unexpectedly, the two heavenly demons never disappeared. Moreover, they suddenly attacked when Jia Xiuqing and Laozu received a call for help from the west side camp. It was obvious that they wanted to restrain the two pure yang cultivators and prevent them from helping. However, when the two pure yang cultivators had no choice but to take action to stop the two pure yang cultivators, Jia Xiuqing Laozu ordered the Purple Sun Palace cultivators in the encampment to send out a group of reinforcements in an attempt to rush out of the encampment and rush to the west side of the camp. However, the demonic Luo army seemed to have expected Purple Sun Palace to do this at this moment. They suddenly strengthened their attacks on Purple Sun Palace's encampment. Countless demonic Luo pounced towards the encampment one after another, attacking it without fear of death. Under the leadership of two great adepts, the reinforcements from the Xiang Palace finally managed to break through the encirclement. 6 or 7 of them managed to escape, but the price they paid was the death of a mid-Dharma adept and 2 early Dharma adepts, as well as the injuries of several Dharma adepts. Martial Granduncle Hao won't be able to hold on for long. Su Jin and Xie Tianyang muttered to Xie Tianyang as they blocked the Azura's attack with Lu Ping's help. They seemed to have made up their minds about something. Up until now, Hao Xiqing Laozu and the heavenly demon had only been entangled for less than 5 minutes. However, the heavenly demon's soul-devouring shockwave was becoming more and more frequent. Clearly, the situation on Hao Xiqing Laozu's side was getting worse. Lu Ping decisively swung the cloud sail. Auspicious clouds filled the surroundings of the battle, blocking the heavenly demon's soul-devouring technique. Although Lu Ping was not afraid, the soul-devouring technique had a huge impact on the other 3, especially Yin Tianchu, who was having a hard time resisting it. From time to time, he would be forced to reveal himself due to the secret technique. Half of Yin Tianchu's strength lay in the art of concealment. Now that he was exposed, he had lost several opportunities to restrain the Azura. On the contrary, the Azura had seized the opportunity to beat him up. If it weren't for Lu Ping's help, Yin Tianchu would have been heavily injured by the Azura. Just as Su Jin finished speaking, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. The swordplay in their hands immediately changed. The blazing celestial sun sword's flickering sword light condensed into a ball of fire in midair. Then, it transformed into a blazing white ball of light. Endless heat was emitted from the ball of light, but when it was used on the Asura's body, it turned into streaks of sword chi. On the other hand, Su Jin's cold ice silk sword was the exact opposite. Streaks of cold light also condensed, but the light that condensed was much gentler. Compared to the explosion of the blazing celestial sun sword, the sword light that Su Jin had condensed was more like a bright moon. The sword techniques that the two of them had unleashed were undoubtedly supreme sword techniques that were secretly passed down in Ziyang Palace. The moment these two completely opposite supreme sword techniques were successfully unleashed, they fused once again under Lu Ping's shocked gaze, forming a brand new supreme sword technique. It was originally two supreme sword techniques. What kind of power would it have when they fused again? Just the thought of this power made Lu Ping shudder. He thought of the legends of Ziyang Palace's sword techniques in the cultivation world. Were the two of them unleashing the heaven-opening sword technique that Zhao Daoren had personally left behind? Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's actions did not only shock Lu Ping, but also the Asura in front of him. It had clearly realized the power of the sword technique that the two of them had unleashed together. The companion numinous treasure in its hand radiated with rainbow light as it attacked the two of them even more fiercely. However, at this moment, Lu Ping also knew that the battle between the two of them had reached a critical moment. The success or failure depended on whether Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's heaven-opening sword technique could severely injure the Asura in front of him. Therefore, he could not let the Asura destroy the sword technique that the two of them were brewing. A huge white jade lotus flower bloomed under Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's feet. As the flower expanded, the Asura's attack was gradually pushed out of the lotus. The sword of true spirit in Lu Ping's hand shook, and the tip of the sword vibrated rapidly. Countless sword chi cut through the void and formed 3 battle words in the air. Battle! 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 Lu Ping had already cast the heaven-opening sword technique that he had comprehended from Zhao Daoren's handwriting. The 3 battle words suddenly turned into 3 flood dragons that were the same as the Dharma in Lu Ping's heart space. They roared and rushed towards the Asura. Unlike Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's heaven-opening sword art, Lu Ping's heaven-opening sword art might not be as powerful as Xie Tianyang's heaven-opening sword art, but it was undoubtedly faster and more flexible. The 3 sword light flood dragons flew up and down and surrounded the Asura, forcing the Asura to struggle to escape from Lu Ping's sword technique. One of the flood dragons was torn to pieces by the Asura in just a moment. However, this was enough. A blazing sun and a luminous moon coexisted in the air in such a strange way, and then they both fell towards Asura. No matter how Asura dodged, he could not escape from the 2 supreme sword techniques and divine abilities that coexisted with each other. A shrill and crazy roar suddenly came from the suddenly blossoming light. When the light dissipated, the Asura's miserable state made Lu Ping involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. There were dozens of wounds on the Asura's body. What made Lu Ping even more shocked was that the spiritual treasure in the Asura's hand was already densely covered in cracks. The flying swords in the hands of Xie Tianyang and Su Jin were only First Tribulation spiritual treasures. Chapter 1304. Although Asura's primordial spirit treasure was not a true 3 Tribulation pure yang spirit treasure, it was still much stronger than a 2 Tribulation spirit treasure. But even so, under the combination of Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's supreme swordsmanship, it was almost crushed. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. The world's #1 sword sect was indeed not for nothing. If Lu Ping was to take on this level of sword technique, he would have no other way but to use the pure yang spiritual treasure to cut it in half. Although Lu Ping was overwhelmed by the power of this sword technique, he did not dare to be careless. Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had joined forces to severely injure the Asura. He could not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, if the Asura turned to escape, it would not be easy to stop him. The sword of true spirit hummed, and countless sword shadows peeled off from Mo Li's body. Like piranhas smelling blood in the water, they swarmed forward. Under the siege of the great technique, the seeping sword technique, the Azura's possibility of escape was completely limited. Lu Ping's attack was timely. He did not give the Azura, who was under the attack of Xie Tianyang and Su Jin, a chance to breathe. Amidst the crazy roar, there was only a crisp cracking sound. Under the strangulation of the sword of true spirit, Mo Li, the Azura's companion spiritual treasure, which was already riddled with scars, finally could not bear the burden and completely turned into a pile of fragments. Without the companion spiritual treasure, the Azura's strength was only comparable to that of an experienced great cultivator. How could it be a match for Lu Ping and the others? The Azura had already sensed its situation the moment the companion's spiritual treasure shattered. It pushed with one hand, and the shattered companion's spiritual treasure scattered like a rain of flowers. It forcibly smashed a large hole in Lu Ping's seeping sword light. Without waiting for Lu Ping to cover up this opening, the Azura had already broken out of the sword light cage. However, just as the Azura rushed out of the sword light cage and breathed a sigh of relief, a short sword had already pierced through the void and stabbed straight at its face. Azura turned pale with fright and had no choice but to raise his palm to block. Ignoring the sharp pain of his palm being pierced, Azura wanted to turn into a beam of light. Unexpectedly, before the beam of light could rise up, it was like a snake that had been cut 7 inches deep, tumbling in midair and falling to the ground. The Azura fell from midair and turned around to point a finger behind it. A golden spot of light made it chi-chi sound in midair as it pierced through the void. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly pushed the air, and Yin Tianchu staggered out of the void. The golden spot of light that was originally aimed at his chest had directly pierced through his shoulder. Even though Yin Tianchu's face had never changed for 10,000 years, he could not help but be distorted by the intense pain. At this moment, Xie Tianyang and Su Jin had temporarily recovered from the huge loss caused by the supreme divine power fusion. The two of them rushed forward to kill this Azura, but they saw a short needle piercing into the Azura's chest. The Azura's body that fell from mid-air had already begun to slowly disintegrate into clouds of dense spirit chi that scattered in mid-air. Yin Tianchu's expression kept changing, and the aura around his body fluctuated. Lu Ping stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" Yin Tianchu glanced at Lu Ping, but did not speak. Lu Ping slapped his palm on Yin Tianchu's back, and an extremely strong quintessential essence flowed into Yin Tianchu's blood like seawater flowing backwards after a high tide. It clustered around Yin Tianchu's own essence and flowed towards the wound on his shoulder. Puchi! An arrow of blood flashing with golden light shot out from both sides of the wound on Yin Tianchu's shoulder. Yin Tianchu's face suddenly turned pale, but his expression relaxed greatly. Yin Tianchu took a deep breath and circulated the quintessential essence in his body. His pale face turned slightly rosy. He stretched out his hand, and the supreme mystery thorn returned to his palm. He then nodded at Lu Ping. Su Jin's expression was still a little anxious as he said, "There's no time to lose. I hope the two of you can lend us a hand and help our sect's cultivators return to the camp." Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu nodded, but before Su Jin could thank them, a loud bang and an ear-piercing roar came from behind, followed by a huge wave of quintessential essence. Su Jin's face suddenly turned pale, and Xie Tianyang's eyes were bloodshot. With a roar, he rushed out with his sword. Su Jin seemed to have expected Xie Tianyang to do this. He reached out and grabbed Xie Tianyang tightly, and his whole body was dragged in midair for dozens of feet. "Let go, let go. Sixth brother, Martial Granduncle, is already dead. What's the point of going over now?" Lu Ping stepped forward and grabbed Xie Tianyang, saying, "Brother Xie, the Sky Demon has been injured by your sect's senior self-destruction, but his strength is still there. There are also a large number of high-grade Mara surrounding him. We are no match for him. Now we can only retreat and try our best to protect the lives of your sect's cultivators." As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, they heard Meng Shui Laozu's sorrowful voice. "Ziyang Palace's people, retreat, everyone retreat." Xie Tianyang's eyes finally regained clarity. Seeing that Lu Ping and Su Jin were still holding him back, he suddenly roared. His body flickered in midair, and he had already killed his way into Mara's army that was hundreds of feet away. However, it seemed that he was rushing towards the battle near the camp. Su Jin and Lu Ping also took action and began to rescue the cultivators of Ziyang Palace who were surrounded by Mara's army. Due to the injury on his shoulder, Yin Tianchu did not take action alone. Instead, he continued to follow behind Lu Ping, and from time to time, he would kill the Mara who had been forced by Lu Ping's attacks. Lu Ping was rushing to rescue the cultivators. The sword of true spirit transformed into layers of waves and maintained a tyrannical pressure, defeating the obstructions of Mara's army. However, in order to buy time, he did not deliberately kill the defeated Mara. At this moment, Yin Tianchu, who was hiding beside Lu Ping and had mastered the invisible sword technique, naturally had more opportunities to kill the defeated Mara. However, just as Lu Ping was about to rescue the second trapped cultivator of Ziyang Palace, a long howl rang out and half the sky was covered by an orange-red light. The cultivator that Lu Ping had rescued had a dazed expression on his face. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "It's over. The defensive array of the camp has been destroyed. Mara's army has already broken into the camp. How could a heavenly demon appear? Where did this heavenly demon come from?" Lu Ping frowned and looked at the surrounding Mara's army, which was slowly surrounding him but did not dare to attack. Once a high-level Mara arrived, Lu Ping had no doubt that the Mara's army would surge forward like a tidal wave. Then he and the others would fall into a heavy siege. "No, I have to kill my way back." The cultivator from Ziyang Palace brought out a half-moon-shaped magic treasure and purple-colored lightning bolts flashed out. Once again he charged into the encirclement of Mara's army. Surprisingly, the cultivator from Ziyang Palace did not bring out his flying sword. Clearly, he was not a sword cultivator. Additionally, he cultivated a rare lightning-type magic technique. Lu Ping did not do anything to stop him. Since the camp had been destroyed, given the strength of Mara's army, Ziyang Palace's defeat was a foregone conclusion. At that very moment, the battlefield had descended into a chaotic melee. For Lu Ping, breaking out of the encirclement was the same. As long as he did not attract the attention of the heavenly demons and Asuras, as long as he did not get entangled by a high number of high-level Mara, Lu Ping would not fear the encirclement of the Mara army. Not to mention, Lu Ping was not alone. Although Yin Tianchu was wounded, he was still strong. By joining forces, the two of them did not fear the encirclement of Mara's army. Following the complete victory of the human cultivators in the battle at Jinling's camp and the battle at South Sea Talisman Pavilion's camp, another shocking piece of news came from the battlefield at Nine Profound Tower. A great victory came from the battlefield where the Yuan family was stationed. Mara's army, which had attacked the Yuan family's camp, was suddenly defeated by a sneak attack from the Yuan family. During the chaos that day, a heavenly demon was killed by the Yuan family's pure yang cultivator, Yuan Lingtian, and the Lingyun Valley's pure yang cultivator, Fu Lingzi, who had come to help. Of the four Asuras, one was killed by the combined forces of the Yuan family's cultivators, one was successfully killed by Yuan Feixiang with the help of the family's cultivators, and the last one was injured by Yuan Lingtian and Laozu. Together with another Asura, they led the remaining one-third of Mara's army and fled in defeat. The Yuan family had obtained a complete victory. The only thing that the Yuan family found strange was that the Mara army that had attacked the Yuan family had originally been led by 2 heavenly demons and 4 Asuras. However, on the day of the Yuan family's sneak attack, Mara's army had only been led by 1 heavenly demon and 3 Asuras. Originally, the Yuan family's sneak attack had only been to suppress the arrogance of Mara's army. Unexpectedly, there had been such a change in Mara's army. Hence, the 2 pure yang cultivators, Yuan Lingtian and Laozu, had made a prompt decision to turn the sneak attack into an all-out counterattack by the Yuan family. Even though the Yuan family had paid the price of 2 great cultivators and several Dharma adepts in this battle, compared to the results of the battle, it was glorious enough. Although there were many questions about the Yuan family's great victory this time, Just half a day later, another piece of news that shook the entire world of cultivation came. At the same time, many of these questions had a clear answer. Just as the Yuan family had launched a sneak attack on Mara's army, another part of the Mara's army that had been attacking the Ziyang Palace's camp at the mountain pass had also split into 3 groups and attacked the Ziyang Palace's camp and 2 other camps. Just as the cultivators of the Ziyang Palace were doing their best to defend and both sides were locked in a fierce battle, a heavenly demon and an Asura suddenly appeared from the side of the Mara army that had been attacking the west camp. This additional heavenly demon and Asura caught the entire Ziyang Palace off guard. The 3 late Dharma adepts from the Ziyang Palace who had been guarding the west camp self-destructed and died one after another. However, the camp was still taken over by Mara's army. After that, Mara's army took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. Although the remaining cultivators of the Ziyang Palace had successfully retreated back to the camp with the help of the reinforcements that had been sent from the camp at the mountain pass, the Ziyang Palace had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only had they lost 3 great cultivators, but 2 of the 3-generation mid-Dharma adepts had also died. As for the remaining early and mid-Dharma adepts, they had lost 7 to 8 people. Chapter 1305. If the great victory of the Yuan clan had shaken the entire world of practitioners, then the great defeat of the Ziyang Palace was like a bucket of cold water that completely doused the joy of the practitioners. The position of the Ziyang Palace in the central mainland's practitioners was many times higher than that of the Yuan clan. They were the number 1 holy land in the central mainland, the number 1 sword sect in the world, and the direct swordsmanship of Jiao Daoren. The Ziyang Palace had many halos of the human practitioners, but they had all been destroyed in this great defeat. Even the Ziyang Palace had been defeated. How could Mara's army fight against them? Even though the Ziyang Palace had managed to destroy 2 Asuras in this battle, they had lost 3 Grand Adepts and 10 early and mid-Dharma Adepts. In addition, they had also lost many severely injured Adepts. There was no doubt that the Ziyang Palace was at a disadvantage. Moreover, after the West Camp had fallen, the low-level core forging disciples had almost all been killed. And after Mara's army had taken over the camp on the west side of the mountain pass, the Ziyang Palace's camp and the other 2 camps had fallen apart. On the other hand, Mara's army had occupied the west side of the cliff overlooking the Ziyang Palace's camp, which put the Ziyang Palace in an unprecedented passive position. That day, when Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had broken out of the encirclement of Mara's army, they had been chased by a few high-level Mara. When Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu had laid in ambush and suddenly killed a Jade Shura and a Blood Shura, Mara, who had been chasing them, had finally retreated. Looking at the entire camp that had been destroyed by Mara's army, they did not know how many of the Ziyang Palace's adepts had managed to escape. But now that Mara's army had heavenly demons and Asuras guarding it, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to hunt for battle merits and could only retreat to the Jinling camp. The first thing Lu Ping did upon returning to the base was to immediately head to the public square of the base to check on the battle achievement leaderboard for the mid-Dharma adepts. When he saw that Xie Tianyang and Su Jin's names were still on the leaderboard, Lu Ping heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that both of them had not perished after the fall of the base. However, Lu Ping immediately discovered that there had been an earth-shattering change on the battle merit leaderboard. After the battle at Purple Sun Palace's camp, although Lu Ping had to flee in a sorry state in the end, he had still killed many high-ranking Mara. He was still ranked first with 178 points. However, the second direct disciple of Purple Sun Palace, Fan Mingjie, who had always been ranked second behind Lu Ping, had been replaced by Yuan Feixiang, who had originally been ranked fourth. Now, Yuan Feixiang's battle achievement had reached 176 points. She was only 1 blood Asura away from Lu Ping's first place on the leaderboard. Although Lu Ping was shocked, he still looked down. Xie Tianyang had appeared in 3rd place. His battle achievement had surpassed Fan Mingjie, who had originally been ranked 2nd, by 3 points, reaching 151 points. However, the gap between him and the first 2 had indeed gradually widened. Fan Mingjie followed closely behind, ranked 4th with 148 points. Nangong Xiaojian from Skyward Pavilion had been pushed to 5th place, but he was only 5 points away from Fan Mingjie by 1 blood Azura. After them were Qin Wuyang from Crystal Palace and Chao Jianpain from Heavenly Arcana Sect. Behind these two was Yu Ziqing from Talisman Pavilion, who had appeared for the first time on the leaderboard and was ranked 3rd. His battle achievement ranking had already fallen all the way to 8th place. The 9th rank was another fresh face who had made it into the top 10 for the first time. Moreover, it was obvious that he was a cultivator from the Yuan clan. Lu Ping frowned. He also knew this Yuan Ku and had met him before. Lu Ping continued to look down the leaderboard. Su Jin had already reached 10th place. At 17th place, he saw a disciple from the Yuan clan again. It was his old acquaintance, Yuan Jinglei. Lu Ping heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was finally certain that something had happened on the battlefield between the Yuan clan and Mara's army. However, compared to Purple Sun Palace's failure, the Yuan clan had clearly obtained a victory. Very soon, news of the Yuan clan defeating Mara's army, Yuan Lingtian Laozu slaying a heavenly demon, and Yuan Sor slaying an Azura reached Jinling's encampment. Everyone in Jinling was talking about it. However, compared to the negative impact of Purple Sun Palace's defeat, the Jinling cultivators who were looking at the leaderboard all looked at Yuan Sor, who was only 2 points behind Lu Ping. They were obviously worried that Yuan Sor would surpass Lu Ping and snatch the throne of 1st place. Yin Tianchu was ranked 47th on the leaderboard with 79 points. He had killed a Blood Shura and a Jade Shura when he had helped Xie Tianyang and the others escape. After that, when the 4 of them had surrounded the Azura, he had killed a few Blood Shura and a Jade Shura, which had brought him 20 points. Then, while Lu Ping was attacking and breaking out of the encirclement, he had killed a few Blood Mara at the side. This had caused his battle points to skyrocket, and he had entered the leaderboard in one fell swoop. The appearance of another cultivator from their sect on the leaderboard of the mid-Dharma stage should have been a joyous event for the Jinling sect. However, because of the sudden rise of Yuan Sor on the leaderboard, the Jinling disciples were all worried about whether Lu Ping would be able to keep his position as a helper, and the attention they paid to Yin Tianchu had dropped significantly. In the meeting hall, Tianqing Laozu looked at Tianshan, Tianqin, and Xiang Lu Laozu. He said, "Shouldn't we give Lu Ping some support? He is the greatest hope for our sect in the future, but now we are focusing all our energy on fighting for the early Dharma stage on the leaderboard. This doesn't seem fair to him. Sister, aren't we going too far?" Tianshan Laozu looked hesitant as well. It was obvious that he had thought about this as well. Tianqin Laozu's face was cold as he said, "What are you worried about? Will Lu Ping complain to us because of this, or even vent his anger on the sect?" Looking at the expressions of Tianshan and Tianqing Laozu, it was obvious that Tianqin Laozu's words had hit the nail on the head. Tianqin Laozu snorted coldly and said, "It's true that Lu Ping is the hope of our sect, but because of this, while he is still fine, we are starting to worry about his gains and losses. We are afraid that he will vent his anger and complain if there is even the slightest bit of unhappiness." "What are you afraid of? Afraid that he will hate the sect, or even afraid that he will break out of the sect?" Tianqin Laozu simply did not look at the two's expressions. He sighed and continued, "I know what you are thinking. It is not easy for such a good seedling to appear in our sect, and he has made so many contributions to the sect. Everyone wants to protect him and follow his lead. In your opinion, the sect should focus on him and provide him with all the conveniences for his growth. You should even put all your hopes on him. But in the end, you will destroy him and even the sect." Tianqin Laozu saw the puzzled and thoughtful expressions on the faces of Tianshan Laozu and Tianqing Laozu. He continued, "Do you know why Uncle Tianxiang and Humph, Tianling always let this kid run around the world? Don't they know what this kid means to the sect? Don't they worry that something will happen to this kid? Don't they know that with this kid's aptitude and cultivation speed, if they keep him in the sect and gather all the resources of the sect to fully support his cultivation, he may have even greater achievements than he has now? Will it be safer and less worrisome than this? In fact, Countless sects in the cultivation world have used these methods to cultivate their own geniuses and hopes. In fact, many of these people have indeed successfully grown to a height that the entire sect is happy about. Later on, they have made a name for themselves in the cultivation world, and even led the sect to glory. But so what? After these geniuses become true spirits, they mysteriously disappear, or use up their lifespans, or simply die. After these geniuses become true spirits, how many of these sects have not declined along with the disappearance of these geniuses? In the end, this sect does not belong to one person. As for those genius cultivators who were personally nurtured by their sects, after they shined in the cultivation world, they did not bring anything to continue the legacy of their sections. In other words, the things they left for their sects were far from what the sects had paid for the rise of these geniuses. Therefore, these sects will never be able to achieve long-term glory. In the process of those geniuses' rise, they are fully cultivated by the sect, which in their eyes is a matter of course. But when they finally have the chance to shine, they only think about whether their cultivation can go further and whether they can pursue that illusory legendary realm. For their pursuit, they still ask for the full help of the whole sect, which in their eyes is also a matter of course. What's more, at this time, do you think there is anyone in the whole sect who dares to fight against those grown geniuses? Looking at Tian Shan and Tian Cheng, who had already understood something, Ancestor Lu Qin gave a mocking smile and said, "When a sect uses all its resources to cultivate a genius who originally wanted to revitalize the sect, but in the end, he becomes a person who asks for everything from the sect. The whole sect becomes a one-man sect. Is this considered getting caught in a trap of one's own making? Therefore, when this genius leaves this world, the sect that the genius belongs to has no choice but to decline. The cultivation world often laments the loss of a certain genius, so the sect has no choice but to decline. However, they never thought that it was precisely because of this genius that the sect's foundation was exhausted, so it had no choice but to decline. Wasn't it the same with Tai Shin Laozu? When Tai Shin Laozu was alive, our sect's prestige even made Fei Ling's sect retreat. But after Tai Shin Laozu disappeared, our sect almost couldn't even be a medium-sized sect and was almost suppressed by Fei Ling's sect and other sections. Was it because of the absence of Tai Shin Laozu? It's because Tai Shin Laozu almost exhausted the foundation that our sect had accumulated for thousands of years in order to advance to the pure yang stage and achieve the real spirit, so that Jinling almost lost the capital to continue the sect's inheritance. Tai Shin Laozu was Jinling at that time, and Jinling was Tai Shin Laozu at that time. Who in the whole sect dared to go against his will? Chapter 1306. Lyra Laozu's words had obviously impacted Tian Shan and Tiancheng Laozu quite a bit. Both of them were still frowning as they pondered over Lyra Laozu's words. Lyra Laozu was obviously under a lot of pressure because of his deliberate suppression of Lu Ping. Although no one questioned him, and even Lu Ping himself did not mind, Lu Ping's strength, prestige, and contribution had reached a very high level in Jinling. He enjoyed a very high reputation in Jinling, and this was enough to put a heavy psychological pressure on Lyra Laozu. Now that Lyra Laozu had said everything in one breath, he felt relaxed. Although Lyra Laozu believed that what he did was right, and that it was beneficial to the sect in the long run, and even to Lu Ping himself, the pressure of not being understood made Lyra Laozu feel that he would rather summon another lightning tribulation. Little Lu, we will naturally do our best to help, but we will definitely not help with everything we ask for. We will try our best to help the sect and the cultivator with all our strength. Also, the rise of a sect can never be because of one person, but because of a group of people. The rise of one person can only affect the sect for a short period of time, but the gradual and continuous rise of a group of people can ensure that the sect's legacy can last as long as possible. Tian Shan Laozu let out a long sigh and said, "Then this time," Lyra Laozu finished his words and said, "This time he already has Tianchu's help. With the two of them working together, even if little Lu can't take first place, he can at least stay on the list and get a place to enter the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar. That is enough." At this point, Lyra Laozu's face had a touch of worry, and he said, "Little Lu is too conspicuous." Of course, this is a reflection of his own strength, but this is the Central Plains, the holy land of human cultivators. There are many sects and geniuses, and our sect is just an inconspicuous medium-sized sect from the barren North Sea. Tianqing Laozu's eyes widened, and he said with a fierce face, "Someone wants to harm little Lu?" Lyra Laozu nodded and said, "Although we don't know about the various sects in the Central Plains, it goes without saying that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The sects from the North Sea have already arrived, and according to the news from the North Sea, Xianling sect, Songhai sect, and even a few other sects seem to be very afraid of little Lu. With little Lu's current strength, the sects from the North Sea are naturally not afraid of him, but they are afraid that they will collude with cultivators from the Central Plains or overseas sections. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Staying in an inconspicuous position on the list of battle merits will make the cultivators from the various sects in the Central Plains think that little Lu is not a threat, and that is the most important thing. When Lu Ping walked into the meeting hall, he did not know that Lyra Laozu and the others had just had a heated discussion about him, but the atmosphere inside seemed to be a little strange. After meeting the three Laozu, Tianqing Laozu coughed and asked, "Little fellow, when will you be able to produce the Samling 5 Elements elixir that you mentioned to the old man previously?" "Yes, the old man can't wait any longer." Lu Ping looked at Tianqing Laozu with a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that this Laozu had previously said that he was not in a hurry to recover from his internal injuries, and that he wanted to make the best use of his time to break through to the early Dharma stage. But now he was going back on his words. Could it be that he was thinking of breaking through to the mid-Dharma stage after advancing? But it was not so easy to break through to the mid-Dharma stage now. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Uncle, it's the Samling Fire Source Elixir." The Samling 5 Elements elixir is just a general name for this type of elixir. You specialize in fire-based techniques, and your source is naturally the essence of fire. Naturally, you have to use the Samling Fire Source Elixir. Tianqing Laozu thought about it and said, "It's just that this elixir seems to be a little too extravagant. I heard that this elixir needs different stages of the 5 elements in order to be nurtured, and you were able to hasten its growth to 7 leaves in such a short period of time. I'm afraid that you must have used some kind of treasure that can shorten the growth of spirit herbs. Could it be that you're only able to refine one Samling Fire Source elixir?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "This rumor is wrong. I originally thought so, but after hasten the growth of the Samling 5 Elements leaf, I found that each leaf of the Samling 5 Elements leaf can actually be used to refine any kind of origin elixir of the 5 elements. Moreover, each leaf can be used as the main ingredient, and together with other precious spirit herbs, it can be used to refine 3 origin elixirs of the same attribute. In other words, the 7 leaves of the Samling 5 Elements leaf in my hands can be used to refine 3 Samling Fire Source elixirs, and the remaining 6 leaves can be used to refine a total of 18 origin elixirs of the 5 elements depending on the situation in the future." Grand Ancestor Tianqing's eyes lit up. It was important to repair the origin so that his cultivation could rise again, but if the price paid was too great, it would make Grand Ancestor Tianqing feel uneasy. Thinking about the method of cultivating the Samling 5 Elements leaf, Lu Ping had to pay a total of 35 types of 5 elements spiritual objects of all levels, ranging from the lower grade of the mystic level to the lower grade of the heaven level. In addition, in order to hasten the growth, he also had to pay a priceless wood phoenix golden elixir and various other rare spirit liquids. In order to refine the elixir, he also needed a large number of rare spirit herbs. If the price paid was only to refine a single elixir that could heal an early Dharma adept's origin elixir, it was likely that not many people in the world of cultivation would go back and do so. It was just that the Samling 5 Elements leaf had been a legend ever since the 7th Patriarch opened the sky. After all, no one had actually seen this type of spirit herb. The few words that Taoist Gui had left behind were also vague and unclear. If Lu Ping had not successfully cultivated the Samling 5 Elements leaf, how would he have known its true use? Tianqing Laozu hesitated for a while, but finally sighed and said, "It's a pity. If it could be cultivated into an 8 or even a 9-leaf spirit herb, it would be a panacea that could even heal the injuries of a mid or late Dharma Adept's origin elixir." Naturally, Lu Ping would not tell them that not only did he already have a complete 9-leaf Samling 5 elements leaf, he also had 2 seeds in his possession other than this 7-leaf spirit herb. He only smiled and said, "It's not that easy to injure a mid or late Dharma Adept's origin elixir. Furthermore, there are many more early Dharma Adepts than the first 2, so the chances of them getting injured are much higher as well. Therefore, when the 7 leaves of the Samling 5 elements leaf are cultivated, it would be more economical to use it to cultivate elixirs." Lu Ping paused for a moment before continuing, "What's more, if you want to cultivate the 8th and 9th leaf, you'll need mid-grade and high-grade heaven-rank spirit herbs. This is a problem that even the Holy Lands and sects would have a headache dealing with. Also, as the number of leaves increases, the number of spirit pellets that can be used to concoct will decrease. An 8-leaf spirit herb can only be used to concoct 2 spirit pellets, and a 9-leaf spirit herb can only be used to concoct 1 spirit pellet. Although the efficacy of the spirit pellets is several times better than the former, each spirit pellet can only be used to concoct 1 person." Tiancheng Laozu secretly exchanged glances with Tianqin and Tianshan Laozu and said, "Hearing you say this, the old man is even more impatient. Tomorrow, you can start cultivating the panacea for the old man. These days, the Mara battlefield at the 9 mystical tower will not be peaceful, so let's all take a break." From the beginning, Lu Ping had guessed that Tiancheng Laozu must have a deeper meaning for suddenly wanting him to cultivate the Samling Fire Source elixir. At this time, the competition for the battle points rankings was at its most intense. The Yuan family and the Xiang Palace had 1 victory and 1 defeat in the battle against the Mara army. This was the time when the heirs of the various sects were fighting for the battle points. Now that he was being sent to cultivate elixirs, it was obvious that he was giving up his position at the top of the rankings to someone else. Was this not the sect's method of suppressing him? However, Lu Ping also knew that this was actually a form of protection from the sect. Of course, even though Junling had considered this for the sake of the entire sect, Lu Ping happened to have some other ideas in the past few days. In particular, the heavenly demon that besieged the Yuan family had suddenly appeared on the battlefield at the Xiang Palace. Although it seemed like nothing on the surface, because of the reminder from the Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping could not help but suspect the Yuan family. He could take this opportunity to rest for a while and take a look at the current situation of the various sects on the battlefield at the 9 mystical tower. The Longhuai ancestor had only traveled in the Central Plains for a few years and was able to discover the problem with the Yuan family. Although the Longhuai ancestor might know some secrets that had disappeared since the beginning of the world, if the Longhuai ancestor could know about them, then the 6 holy lands, such as the Xiang Palace, which had a similarly long history, might also know about them. Thinking of this, Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's good. This is also the first time this disciple has refined the Yuan fire source pill. This disciple is very curious about this pill that has never appeared in the cultivation world. However, to refine the Samling fire source pill, in addition to a leaf of the Samling 5 elements leaf as the main ingredient, many other rare spiritual herbs are needed. I'm afraid it will take a while to collect them." Laozu did not expect Lu Ping to agree to stay and refine the pill so easily. Although he was surprised, he immediately threw a storage bag over and said, "The spiritual herbs inside were collected by the old man over the years. Some were taken from the sect's treasury. According to your previous instructions, this should be enough." Lu Ping took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense. There were still a lot of spiritual herbs inside. Tiancheng Laozu really put in a lot of effort, so he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry. Originally, it would only take 2 or 3 days. However, this is the first time this disciple has refined this pill, so it will take at most 5 days." Tiancheng Laozu snorted coldly and said, "The old man has waited for decades. How long will it take?" Lu Ping chuckled and did not speak, but he could still see the eagerness in Tiancheng Laozu's eyes. Chapter 1307. Tiancheng and Laozu had not expected Lu Ping to agree so readily to make elixirs when the battle for the mid-Dharma stage battle credits was at its most intense. Only Laozu had her head lowered as she sipped on a cup of steaming spirit tea. The rising mist made it difficult for others to see the expression on her face. Tiancheng Laozu laughed dryly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, martial nephew." The battlefield with the 9 mystical tower as the center could be roughly divided into 3 regions. The central region was where the 9 mystical tower was located, as well as the thousands of Mara's troops that were currently surrounding the 9 mystical tower. The outermost region was the encirclement formed by the major sects of the human race, with the 9 mystical tower and Mara's army at the center. And in the middle of these 2 regions, there was a ring that was thousands of miles in depth. This was the buffer zone between the human race cultivators and Mara's army. At the same time, it was also the battlefield where the human race cultivators and Mara's army hunted and killed each other. At this time, other than the 9 mystical tower, the Purple Sun Palace, the Tianxian sect, and the Skyward Pavilion, which were still being attacked by Mara's army, the other sects had basically formed a balance with the Mara's army. Both sides were facing off and killing each other in the buffer zone that was thousands of miles in radius. And this circular buffer zone had also become the main source for the cultivators of the various sects to hunt down Mara and snatch battle credits. At this moment, in a place several tens of kilometers away from a hill, Ji Tianxian was cursing loudly as he hurriedly applied various puppet secret techniques to the puppet he was standing on. "After this time, I'm not going to do this mission anymore. I'm going to find all the best spiritual materials and make a top-notch life puppet. It's over, it's over, it's all over." Ji Tianxian threw 3 black wooden blocks behind him, each about a foot long. Then he took out a talisman and slapped it on the puppet skylark beneath him. A series of cracking sounds came from the puppet skylark's body, and Ji Tianxian could not help but twitch his mouth in pain. A few hundred feet behind Ji Tianxian, a Jade Shura was chasing him. Behind the Jade Shura were 5 or 6 blood Mara, and behind these high-level Mara, there were nearly 100 large and small Mara following him in a mess. The 3 black wooden blocks that Ji Tianxian tossed out shocked the Jade Shura, who was chasing after him. She couldn't help but slow down. The human cultivator in front of her had used some strange items to give them some trouble, so she had to be careful. The Jade Shura slashed forward with one hand, and Ji Tianxian did not even see the Jade Shura use her companion spirit treasure before one of the 3 wooden blocks was split in half. But Ji Tianxian was sure that the Jade Shura had used her companion spirit treasure before. Fortunately, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Ji Tianxian took the opportunity to widen the distance between him and the Jade Shura to 1,000 feet, and the other 2 wooden blocks suddenly wriggled and changed. 2 wooden puppets suddenly formed, and they pounced toward the blood Mara behind the Jade Shura. Although they were quickly destroyed by the blood Mara, they still caused some confusion. Seeing that the Jade Shura was about to catch up to Ji Tianxian actually breathed a sigh of relief, because the hill he had planned on was now right in front of him. This is the last chance to lure the enemy. Ji Tianxian secretly made up his mind. The puppet skylark under his feet suddenly made a big turn in the air, and from its previous pathetic escape, it turned into a direct confrontation with the Jade Shura. But at this time, the puppet skylark under his feet had been activated by his puppet secret skills, and it had completely fallen apart just as it completed its turn. Ji Tianxian himself almost fell to his death from the air. At this time, the Jade Shura instinctively discovered the potential threat, and at this time, the army of nearly 100 Mara finally caught up. Seeing that Ji Tianxian was no longer running, they all rushed toward Ji Tianxian without the Jade Shura's command. Ji Tianxian chuckled. At this time, the Jade Shura finally realized the reason why it felt threatened, and suddenly let out a howl. Nearly 100 Mara suddenly received the opposite order when they were rushing in the air, causing them to inevitably become chaotic in the air. At this time, more than 10 streaks of light of different colors suddenly rose from behind the hill, forming a loose encirclement that actually surrounded the nearly 100 Mara troops. "Hee, I actually attracted a Jade Shura. It belongs to me now." Before Green Fox's voice had even faded, the dozen or so giant fireballs at Tiancheng Laozu's side had already responded. More than 10 fireballs of different colors rushed toward the Jade Shura from all directions, sealing off all possible escape routes for the Jade Shura. He was just an early Dharma stage human practitioner. A look of disdain flashed across the Jade Shura's face. She decided to first kill this ungrateful human practitioner and devour the source. But the fire element source did not seem to be very compatible with her, but so what? The Jade Shura howled, and the companion spirit treasure in her hand finally lit up. It was a golden spirit treasure that looked like a crab's pincers. She first went to pinch the burning flame on Tiancheng Laozu's chest. She could instinctively sense that the flame Tiancheng Laozu was holding on his chest was the core of the dozen or so flames around him, and it was also the most threatening one. But before the Jade Shura's companion spirit treasure could get its hands on it, the dozen or so flames surrounding it, as well as the one on Tiancheng Laozu's chest, collapsed like waves of fire. They quickly merged together and formed a sea of fire. Tiancheng Laozu hid in the sea of fire as soon as it formed. Outside the sea of flames, Qin, who watched as the celestial zither ancestor dove into the sea of flames. She sighed heavily and said, "This move again." Green Wolf followed behind Green Fox and smiled. "Big sister, you don't really want to steal Tiancheng Laozu's credit. Why do you have to do this?" Green Fox hummed and said, "So what if I do want to steal it? We are serving Lu Tianping, not Zhenling." Green Tiger laughed coldly behind her. "Then let's show Lu Tianping some respect. Even if we don't steal his elder's credit, there's nothing to say if we steal someone else's." Green Fox laughed evilly and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Green Wolf looked at the sea of fire in midair and said thoughtfully, "However, this sea of fire from Elder Tiancheng is really not to be underestimated. He has been accumulating battle credits very quickly, and now he has already secured a spot on the early Dharma stage leaderboard. He should be catching up to Lu Tianyuan soon, right?" Green Tiger said disdainfully, "He has a mid-Dharma adept helping him. How could his credit not go up?" Green Wolf laughed coldly. "Nowadays, it's not uncommon for high-level adepts to help low-level adepts earn credit." Green Fox interrupted their argument and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If we don't make a move now, we'll have to kill Little and Little Mara." The three of them knew very well that it would not be easy to steal credit from Tiancheng Laozu. Even though Tiancheng Laozu was only an early Dharma adept, the power of his fire spell was not to be underestimated. Even with the help of the two mid-Dharma adepts, Tianqin and Laozu, it was not the first time that Tiancheng Laozu had killed a Jade Shura. Green Fox thought that the two adepts of the same level, Tianqin or Tianshan, were only slightly more experienced than her, but the three of them rarely dared to kill a Jade Shura alone. It was clear that when Tiancheng Laozu used this fire spell, Green Wolf and Green Tiger would not be able to defeat him even if they worked together. The three of them rushed into the midst of the demonic Shura horde, and immediately snatched a blood Shura amidst Ji Tianchuan's curses. With the three of them working together, and Qin Hu being an authentic mid-Dharma adept, Qin Hu killed the blood Shura very smoothly and successfully snatched the 3 points. It was just that Ji Tianxian was so anxious that he kept cursing and swearing behind the three of them. He swore that he would never do this mission of luring the enemy ever again. Every time he risked his life to lure Mara's team, he would end up with nothing to show for it. Among the few early Dharma adepts of Zhenling's sect who were currently fighting for battle credits, his battle credits were the worst. Amidst a series of thunderous explosions, a blood devil lured by Qin Yu and Qin Gang was executing its soul-devouring ability when Lei Laolu, who was hiding behind them, suddenly launched a sneak attack. A series of thunderous divine abilities blasted the blood devil into a daze. Before the blood devil could react, Lei Laolu had already attacked again. With the cooperation of the Qin brothers, he killed the blood devil. As the blood demon's body disintegrated, a soul-devouring crystal was left behind, which Qin Yu hurriedly kept. With this soul-devouring crystal, he could exchange it with Zhenling for a portion of the soul-returning elixir or soul-nourishing elixir, as well as a considerable amount of training resources from the temporary marketplace. As the battle with Mara became more intense, The casualties among the human practitioners increased. Many practitioners who had been injured by the soul-devouring power of the blood demon were unable to recover from their injuries due to the lack of soul-devouring crystals. This caused the value of the soul-devouring crystal to rise steadily. Qin Gang's face was a little pale. It was obvious that the battle with the blood demon had consumed a lot of his energy, but he still looked excited as he said to sixth brother Lei, "Brother, it's another 15 points. We're almost on the list, aren't we?" Sixth brother Lei took out the imaging stone and looked at it, then smiled at Qin Gang and said, "It should be. But the early Dharma stage battle rankings changed too quickly, so it's hard to say. After all, it's rare to see such a well-timed ambush." Among Lu Tianyuan, Li Tianru, and Ji Tianxian, only Ji Tianxian remained indignant, while Li Tianru and Lu Tianyuan merely smiled and turned to deal with another blood demon. By now, Lu Tianyuan's position on the battle rankings was becoming more and more stable, so he did not mind giving up a blood demon to Qin Hu and the others. Moreover, Qin Hu and the other two had special statuses. Lu Tianyuan and Li Tianru were mature enough to not want their sect to lose such a powerful ally. Chapter 1308. The remaining 6 blood Mara were quickly surrounded and killed by the Jinling adepts. Among them, Qin Hu and the other two killed a blood Shura and a blood demon, while Lu Tianyuan and Tianfeng's 3-man team each killed a blood Shura. Lei Laolu used his strange speed and thunder magic to deal heavy damage to the blood Mara, and quickly got his hands on the second blood Shura. The death of 6 blood Mara caused the remaining hundreds of blood Mara of different sizes to quickly collapse. The Dharma adepts of Jinling took the opportunity to kill more than half of the Mara team. At this moment, a loud noise came from the top of the hill, and Tianqin Laozu walked out of the sea of fire. Her face was pale, obviously because she had used up a lot of her inner yuan. However, she looked around and frowned. She said something to the Jinling adepts who were chasing Mara's team in the distance, and everyone gave up on chasing Mara and rushed back. At the same time, the sea of fire that covered the sky suddenly shrank, and a scream came from the sea of fire. Tianqin Laozu staggered out of it, but Tianqin Laozu's expression suddenly changed, and a colorful flame shot out from her sleeve towards Tianqin Laozu's back. She shouted, "You scoundrel, how dare you!" A green filament flickered in the air, swimming towards Tianqin Laozu's back. Suddenly, Tianqin Laozu roared, and Tianqin Laozu sensed that something was wrong behind him, but it was too late to dodge. He saw a colorful flame shoot behind him, and a series of sounds like water drops splashing into a pot of boiling oil. The green filament was burned to nothing by the colorful flame. Tianqin Laozu swayed, and there was a muffled sound in the distance, and then a dim light appeared 100 feet away, and fled into the sky. Tianqin Laozu shouted at the Jinling warriors to stop chasing, and he told everyone to be on guard. There was an explosion, and the sea of fire had disappeared. What was left was the Jade Shura, who was burning in flames, screaming and flying back and forth in the air. Eventually, she turned into ashes. After the Jade Shura died, the fire became a red flame, and Tianqin Laozu took it in his hand. Tianqin Laozu, who had looked tired because of the consumption of his qi, was shocked. Staring at the spiritual fire in Ancestor Tianqing's palm, Qinghu gasped and said, "Mother and child core fire. It turns out to be such a rare spiritual fire of heaven and earth. No wonder." Green Tiger and Green Wolf had never seen a spirit fire like this before, but Green Tiger was more straightforward. He asked, "What kind of spirit fire is the mother and child core fire? It is so powerful." Green Fox said, "The mother and child core fire is only a mid-tier heaven-class spirit fire, but it can be divided into 1 low-tier heaven-class spirit fire, 3 mid-tier earth-class spirit fires, and 9 high-tier mystic-class spirit fires. These 13 spirit fires are centered around a low-tier heaven-class spirit fire and can be used to practice a powerful secret skill called Burning Sky Hell. It seems that Tianqin Laozu has successfully practiced this secret skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill 2 Jade Shura and get on the War Glory leaderboard. Supreme Divine Secret Skill? Green Tiger smacked his lips, his eyes full of envy. Even Green Fox, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, had only managed to practice 2 or 3 special skills, let alone Tian Cheng and Green Wolf. Tian Cheng Laozu was only at the early Dharma stage, and yet he was able to practice such a powerful skill. Although most of it was because of the mother and child core fire, with this powerful skill, Tian Cheng Laozu had the right to challenge those of a higher level. Zhenling had set up an ambush and killed a Jade Shura and 6 Blood Mara in one fell swoop. In the buffer zone, such a feat could be considered to be extremely lucky and powerful. But the commotion caused by the battle still attracted the attention of others. In the buffer zone, one could not and did not dare to go all out in any battle with the Devil Luo army, because they did not know when the Devil Luo or other cultivators would be attracted by the battle, waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses before they could reap the benefits. Therefore, the human cultivators who hunted and killed the Devil Luo army had to leave enough backups to imitate the occurrence of accidents. But this time, the attack on Tian Cheng Laozu was not an attempt to steal the War Glory leaderboard. It was a complete assassination, and the target was only Tian Cheng Laozu. Who was the assassin? Tian Cheng Laozu and the others had gained a lot from the battle, but after what had happened, they didn't dare stay any longer. They hurried back to Zhenling's base. In Zhenling Sect's encampment, Yin Tianchu was dressed in black. His face seemed to always be shrouded in a layer of mist, making it difficult for the cultivators who had seen his face to remember his appearance. At this moment, he was standing in front of the psychic jade steel in the square. The cold and murderous aura around him caused the Zhenling sect cultivators to subconsciously keep their distance from him. More than 10 rays of light descended from the sky. They were Tian Qin, Tian Cheng Laozu, and the others who had returned from the buffer zone. The practitioners of Zhenling, who had already noticed that Lu Tianyuan and Tian Cheng's points had risen again from the War Glory leaderboard, cheered and greeted them. Tian Shan Laozu and Xiang Lu Laozu, who were stationed at the base, also came out of the cultivation room to greet them, but they soon found Yin Tianchu standing in front of the psychic jade steel. "Nephew Yin, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've gained a lot." After Tian Qin Laozu and Tian Shan Laozu briefly talked about the encounter in the buffer zone, they saw Yin Tianchu walking towards them, so Tian Shan Laozu took the initiative to greet them. For the past 10 days, Lu Ping had been in seclusion in the base to refine pills. Yin Tianchu didn't go out to kill Mara with the others, but disappeared alone for a few days. Today was the first time he returned. However, Tian Shan Laozu knew that Yin Tianchu had also gained a lot in the past few days through the changes in the War Glory leaderboard. Not only did his ranking not fall, but it had risen by 1 place. Although the momentum of the increase in points was not as fast as when he joined forces with Lu Ping, it was enough to prove that although Yin Tianchu's strength was not as good as Lu Ping's, it was enough to compare with the direct descendants of the major sections. For a medium-sized sect from the North Sea to have 2 such outstanding third-generation disciples was enough to make Zhenling proud. Yin Tianchu silently bowed to Tian Qin, Tian Shan and Tian Shan Laozu, then said, "The people from Azure Sea Sect and Xianling Sect have also arrived. Azure Sea Sect and Supreme Xian Sect are together, while Xianling Sect has consolidated a small base near the Crystal Palace. Ocean Flame Sect and Shui Yen Pavilion are also here, but the 2 sects have chosen to base themselves in the periphery." Tian Qin Laozu and the other 2 nodded silently, thinking of the cultivator who had almost assassinated Tian Cheng Laozu during this hunt. Chapter 1309. Just after the various sects of the North Sea had appeared on the battlefield of the 9 Xianlu Tower, Tian Cheng Laozu had been attacked. No matter what, this was not enough to make the 3 second-generation Zhenling adepts suspect anything. Moreover, the assailant had accused Tian Cheng Laozu of being the assailant for no reason. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed a little strange. Tian Qin Laozu turned to Tian Shan Laozu and asked, "Does the sect have any information on how Wang Xianqing advanced to the late Dharma stage?" Tian Shan Laozu shook his head and said, "This matter is indeed a little strange. It seems that the disciples of the Blue Sea sect do not know that they have a great adept of the late Dharma stage. However, Wang Xuanqing's core was severely damaged by disciple nephew Lu. Even if he had the Samling 5 Elements elixir to recover his core, it would still be impossible for him to advance to such a high level in one go. This time, it must have something to do with the Taishan sect. It's just that ever since the battle in the station, Wang Xuanqing has not appeared again. It seems that the Taishan sect is also somewhat secretive about Wang Xuanqing's existence. The three Laozu could not figure out the reason behind this, so they simply changed the topic. Tianqin Laozu looked towards a training room deep in the station. There was a hot ball of fire hovering in the air, and for the past 10 days, there had been various kinds of elixir fragrances wafting in the training room. Tianqin Laozu was also a master alchemist, but because this Samling fire source elixir was almost the first time in the world of alchemy, even she could not guess what Lu Ping had been doing in the world of alchemy these days. This rascal vowed that the Samling fire source elixir would only take 3 to 5 days. Now that 10 days have passed, why is there still no news? Could it be that he is hiding in there to refine other elixirs? Compared to Tianqin Laozu, Tiancheng Laozu was a little more nervous. He said, "Could it be that this Samling fire source pill is more difficult to refine? After all, no one in the cultivation world has ever refined this kind of pill." Tiancheng Laozu, however, asked curiously, "But it's been a full 10 days. I thought that disciple nephew Lu's ranking in the mid-Dharma stage would have dropped a lot, but now he's still in the top 5. What? This time, it was the turn of Tianqin Laozu and Tiancheng Laozu, who had been out hunting Mara for the past few days, to be surprised. The two of them came to the Psychic Jade Tablet to look at the mid-Dharma stage battle score list. They saw that after a full 10 days, Lu Ping's battle score was still at 178 points. However, his position at the top had naturally been surpassed by someone, and he was still in 4th place. But what was strange was that the 5 people who had surpassed Lu Ping were not the few cultivators who had been following closely behind Lu Ping as everyone had imagined. For example, Yuan Feixiang, who had only been 2 points away from surpassing Lu Ping, now had 176 points, but his ranking had dropped to 5th place. As for Xie Tianyang, who had been in 3rd place, his battle score remained the same. However, with 151 points, he was now only in 13th place, falling even further. As for Fan Mingjie, who had been in 4th place, he had returned to 2nd place. His battle score had reached 187 points. Clearly, Fan Mingjie's battle score had increased greatly during this period of time when Xiang Palace had focused all their efforts on defending the Mountain Pass encampment and resisting the attack of Mara's army led by the 3 Sky Fiends. As for Nangong Shaojian, the Southern Pavilion Master of Skyward Pavilion, he was right behind him with 183 points. His ranking had risen from 5th place to 3rd place. Qin Shijun, who had been in 6th place, was said to have killed an Azura with the help of the Crystal Palace cultivators. After that, he had surrounded and killed Mara's team several times in the buffer zone. His points kept rising, surpassing everyone else in one fell swoop. With 195 points, he took 1st place. Tianxian Sect's Chao Jianpain had risen to 6th place. She was only 1 blood Azura away from Yuan Feixiang. After Chao Jianpain, Yuan Ku was in 7th place, Wuxing School's Huo Wuyang was in 8th place, Lingyun Valley's Qingguang Zhang Jifei was in 9th place, and Jiushuan Tower's Wei Zhen had finally made it into the top 10 on his own. Currently, among the top 10 ranks of the mid-Dharma stage battle score list, the 6 Holy Lands each occupied 1 place. However, the number 1 family in the world, the Yuan clan, had 2 people on the list in one fell swoop. One was the chief heir of the long-established Tianxian sect, while the other was a demon from the North Sea. Yin Tianchu deliberately looked at Xiang Palace's Xie Tianyang and Su Jin. He knew both of them and had previously taken note of their battle score rankings. However, their battle score had not increased in the past 10 days. Other than Xie Tianyang, who had slipped to 13th place, Su Jin had slipped to below 20th place. However, compared to Su Jin, Yin Tianchu once again noticed the name of a cultivator from the Yuan clan. This person was called Yuan Jinglei. He had previously been in the 18th place, but now he had risen to the 14th place. It was said that the Yuan clan's thunder magic was incomparable to Mara's. It seemed that the rumors were true. Just by looking at the top 10 of the battle score list, they occupied 2 places, and the top 15 occupied 3 places. It was clear that the Yuan clan had played a huge role in Mara's crisis. Yin Tianchu looked down again. He was ranked 46th on the battle score list. He had advanced by 1 place with 101 points, but the difference between him and those at the top of the list had actually widened. Not only Yin Tianchu, but Tiancheng, Lao Zu, and the others had also noticed the problem with this ranking list. That's not right. Other than disciple Lu, who is cultivating in seclusion, why has Xie Tianyang, Yuan Feixiang, Su Jin, and the others' battle score not increased at all? Most of the people on the mid-Dharma ranking list were the elites of the 3rd generation of cultivators from various sections. These people were all people that the various sects paid attention to. Even Tiancheng, Lao Zu, and the others had long heard of these people's names. Tianqin Laozu said, other than disciple Lu, Xie Tianyang, Yuan Feixiang, and Su Jin only stopped increasing their battle scores after the battle between the Yuan clan and the Xiang Palace and Mara's army. This means that these 3 people either left their respective bases after that, or they suffered varying degrees of injuries during the battle and are now recuperating in their bases, so they are unable to participate in the battle. The Samling Fire Source Elixir was, after all, a legendary elixir. Although Lu Ping still had 6 leaves that had been hastened to the heaven-level lower grade as a backup, Lu Ping still did not dare to be careless. He put all his effort into cultivating the Samling Fire Source Elixir. The Na Chuan Cauldron, the Silver Spirit Flame, the Purple Crystal Royal Jelly, the Spirit Fire Smelting Purification Technique, the Spirit Explosion Technique that used top-grade spirit stones as a medium, and his powerful divine will, all of these were put together by Lu Ping. In just 3 days, Lu Ping had already successfully opened the alchemy furnace, and the 3 Samling Fire Source elixirs were perfect. However, Lu Ping had to pay a hefty price for these 3 spirit pellets. Just during the core formation stage, Lu Ping had to detonate nearly 20 top-grade spirit stones in order to prevent the formation of defective spirit pellets. Although 20 top-grade spirit stones were only a drop in the bucket for Lu Ping, for a Zhenling mid-Dharma realm cultivator, 20 top-grade spirit stones were almost equivalent to the sex cultivation allowance for 2 years. Although 20 top-grade spirit stones were only a drop in the bucket for Lu Ping, for a Zhenling mid-Dharma realm cultivator, 20 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to the sex cultivation allowance for 2 years. In addition, there was also half a bottle of Purple Crystal Royal Jelly. As the Purple Crystal Queen Bee's cultivation advanced to the mid-core forging stage, the quality of the royal jelly it brewed had improved again, but the output was getting lower and lower. This also made the Purple Crystal Royal Jelly in Lu Ping's hands more precious. With the improvement of Lu Ping's alchemy skills, unless it was necessary, he rarely used Purple Crystal Royal Jelly in the process of alchemy. However, in order to successfully refine the Samling Fire Source Elixir this time, Lu Ping directly poured half a bottle of royal jelly into the alchemy furnace. However, after Lu Ping successfully refined these 3 fire source elixirs, if Lu Ping opened the furnace again to refine again, even if it was to refine the water source elixir or wood source elixir of other attributes, he was confident that he could reduce the consumption to a minimum. However, this time, he used the rare spirit grass in the world to refine a legendary elixir. This also allowed Lu Ping's alchemy skills to achieve a comprehensive sublimation. This kind of enlightenment was similar to the epiphany during cultivation, so Lu Ping urgently needed to thoroughly stabilize it. Therefore, Lu Ping urgently needed to open the furnace again to refine elixirs. Moreover, he wanted to refine rare elixirs that were unique in the cultivation world. Lu Ping only used 1 day to restore his Zhenyuan and prepare new alchemy materials. This time, he wanted to refine the White Lotus Body Shelter elixir. The main ingredient he wanted to use was the 9,000-year-old white jade lotus root that Lu Ping had kept in his collection until now. After several considerations, Lu Ping finally decided to refine this 9,000-year-old white jade lotus root into an elixir that could strengthen the body. Although this white jade lotus root was also a top-notch spiritual material for refining an avatar, if it could really become an avatar, its power would be much stronger than that of Lu Xiaoping, who had been refined from the 8,000-year-old gray willow tree. However, in Lu Ping's opinion, although an avatar was strong, it was ultimately an external object. If he refined the white lotus body shelter elixir and used it to strengthen the body, it might not be as fast as an avatar in the short term, but in the long run, it would be very beneficial to Lu Ping. The white lotus body shelter elixir was actually a type of elixir that was specially used to refine lotus roots to strengthen the body. The quality of this elixir was completely dependent on the grade of the white lotus root that was used as the main ingredient. A white lotus body shelter elixir that was refined from a 300-year-old white lotus root would have almost no effect on strengthening the body of a cultivator. However, if it was a 3,000-year-old white lotus root, then the white lotus body shelter elixir that was refined would be enough for a late Dharma adept to start a sect extermination war. If it was the 9,000-year-old white jade lotus root in Lu Ping's hands, even he himself did not know what kind of people he would provoke if news of it leaked out. At the very least, pure Yang adepts would probably fight it out with each other. Lu Ping's heart thumped violently. This was a treasure that he had obtained when Lu Ping was still in the blood condensation stage. As Lu Ping's level of cultivation and experience increased, Lu Ping became more aware of its value. This also made Lu Ping even more careful to conceal its existence. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.